Welcome to LORGAR Rankings, an official CS2 VRS tournament by LORGAR in cooperation with StarLadder, featuring rising teams from Eastern Europe. Through national qualifiers and regional broadcasts, the tournament connects players and fans across Eastern Europe. Poland, Ukraine, Romania, and many more European regions. The largest Tier 2 Counter-Strike tournament in Eastern Europe, showcasing top talent and delivering global exposure to millions of viewers. The road to the championship unfolds across multiple competitive stages: national qualifier to closed qualifier to LAN Finals. The closed qualifier begins with the group stage, running from March 20th to March 29th. 16 teams compete across 4 groups. After intense best-of-3 battles, the top 2 teams from each group move forward. Next comes the play-in stage, taking place April 6th to April 10th. 8 contenders clash in a double elimination bracket, with every match played as a best-of-3. Only 4 teams survive the play-in, earning their place in the final stage. The LAN Finals take place from April 25th to April 26th. 8 teams compete on the final stage. 4 play-in champions facing 4 invited teams from the European VRS rankings. All matches will be played in a single elimination best-of-3 format. 2 days of high-stakes Counter-Strike. The best players from across Eastern Europe competing for glory. And a $50,000 prize pool on the line. Stay tuned and watch the action live.
Good afternoon and welcome to LORGAR Rankings, everybody. Welcome back. It's been time since we last saw you here in the closed qualifiers, but now it is the time to begin the play-ins, the final stage before the LAN itself, where everything could be decided for some teams and their route to glory here in the Counter-Strike scene. My name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted by my side to break down the action, and we'll be alongside you throughout the entirety of play-ins until the end of this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we started this journey, like 2 weeks ago. We had 1 week off between the group stage and now the play-ins of the close qualifier, and all of this is leading to a massive LAN event happening in Barcelona later on this month. We're talking about $50,000, 8 teams, 4 of them out of this close qualifier. 4 of them will be direct VRS invites out of Europe, and we are left with just half the teams that we initially started with here, Pavlos. We've had to say goodbye to a lot of players.
Oh, we absolutely did. A lot of teams, a lot of players. Well, even more players than teams. That would make sense, right? But now we may be saying goodbye to more. As you can see on our screens, it's a double elimination bracket, right? We've got 8 teams competing, and like you said, Ted, 4 of them will be making it alongside the invitees to the Barca qualification. Best of 3 all around, as has been the format so far. That will continue to be the case, and it won't be changing throughout the qualification itself. I do like myself some best of 3s and a lower bracket. I mean, that guarantees that you get the best of talent to make it across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like a double elim bracket. We've got a bunch of teams that I think can show a very high level of Counter-Strike, but it is not as punishing when you have the double eliminations. And yeah, that just means that we're getting at least 2 best of 3s out of everyone involved, which equals a lot more Counter-Strike, a lot more fun. First on the menu today, we're going to be kicking things off with KOLESIE taking on HYPERSPIRIT and Inner Circle Academy taking on Unity. Of course, we're matching up teams that have finished first in their groups with teams that have matched up second in their groups, right? KOLESIE first in Group A. Rottweilers were the number 2 seed in Group A. Group B saw Inner Circle Academy pick up the first seed, and then Mix KS getting the second. Bondi, number 1 seed in Group C. Unity, number 2. And Group D was ASTRAL, number 1, and HYPERSPIRIT, number 2. So we are ensuring that everyone gets what they deserve, in a way. If you did play a little bit better in the group stage, you get, on paper, an easier matchup.
On paper, and I don't know how in practice that will play out, especially looking at the first game of today between KOLESIE and HYPERSPIRIT, 2 national teams, one being from Poland, the other from Romania. An exciting way to get things in, and we're also looking at similar age groups as well. I think Innocent is the only one that kind of jumps with that 3 number in front of his age. The rest of them being Zoomers in his own regard. I guess not too Zoomers overall though, right? They're not under that 20-year-old mark. Let's start things off with KOLESIE though, right? One of the teams that, you know, got themselves out of the groups, not in the clean fashion, right? I feel like that's one of the things that we'll be talking about, you know, coming out second, and then HYPERSPIRIT, the Romanian
they were first, though.
representatives.
They were first. I think you're mistaking them with Unity. Yeah, because Unity was the team that we expected to be better, but then struggled. KOLESIE didn't drop a map. They're fine.
There you go.
Yeah, everything's good for KOLESIE. HYPERSPIRIT, on the other hand, they had to play a lot of Counter-Strike, right? They had a 3-mapper against Drama to win their first game in Group D. Then ASTRAL was able to take them down in a 2-0 fashion, complete blowout in the winners match. And then in the decider against Dalu Young, it was a 13-11 that they lost on Mirage, and then a 13-10 they won on Ancient, and then they closed it out on Dust2 in an overtime fashion, 16-12. So we're gonna jump into Vito, but we are expecting to see a very tight game when it comes down to HYPERSPIRIT. They will bring out that Dust2 that we did see a couple of times throughout the group stage. Of course, Permabounce, Nuke, and Inferno, no surprises there. The Dust2 first. A Mirage coming out of KOLESIE, which is interesting. It's one of the maps in which HYPERSPIRIT actually wanted to start off, or they started the event by picking a lot, but then they lost it a bunch of times, and they decided, hey, maybe this is not for us, right? Maybe we can go somewhere else. But KOLESIE will get back to it, and then if we go to a third and final one, it would be an overpass, which, in my opinion, does create a little bit of an interesting conversation, because KOLESIE have played just 2 overpasses in 2026. It's not really a map they've practiced too much.
Yeah, and that alongside the other maps, I feel like it places HYPERSPIRIT in a really good situation, right? Their permaban kind of, you know, their pick becoming, you know, one of the least played maps over KOLESIE. So Dust2 there's gonna be discrepancy there, which is gonna be the first map of the series. Then going on to Mirage, they're pretty damn okay with going for Mirage. Generally, they play that map a bunch. And then going on to Overpass, you've got the exact same thing, where it's not the favorite playground for KOLESIE. So overall, a veto that I'm sure HYPERSPIRIT will be very happy with.
They should be happy with it, right? I mean, HYPERSPIRIT were not in the greatest form ever in the group stage. They were a little bit lackluster at times. It felt like they had so much firepower and they couldn't really lose a round at times. It felt like every time you put a Digo in the hands of one of these players, they would be able to create something magical out of thin air, right? But then in other moments, they would lose anti-ecos, they'd lose anti-half-buys, they'd lose clutches. It would feel like they just couldn't really get into the swing of the game. Which is not what you want out of these guys. They've been very streaky. They've been very momentum-based. But I feel like with the quality of players, we want to see the floor rise up a little bit when it comes down to HYPERSPIRIT. At least I have higher expectations of this squad, knowing what the players are capable of.
Is it just me, or is that chair leaning very far forwards? I'm very used to seeing 90-degree chairs, but it looked like that was leaning.
That one is basically touching the desk.
Yeah. And it's more along the lines of you know, the angle of it, right? Being less than 90 degrees.
Try and guess where that player is from. Balkan. I will give you a I'll give you a hint. That's the good old.
I feel like you're putting the entirety of Balkans
routine.
and the Eastern European sort of block in the same bubble, though, aren't you?
Yeah, it's just one of the things that you cannot escape. Yeah, but I don't feel like we've seen that with Polish players too much. But obviously, it's happened a bunch of times with Bulgarian players. It's happened a bunch of times with the ex-Bad News Eagles, with Juan Flatro. And now we're seeing it with the Romanians as well. It's just the Balkan DNA, man. You can't make these guys not do anything while playing.
Well, some hand warmers there as well as we look to jump into the action. I see all players basically in the server, and we should be getting in there soon unless there's a tech pause in play. Ted, I'm pretty happy with what we saw so far from the LORGAR rankings qualifiers, right? We looked at the group stages, and there was a lot of unknown talent, sure, but there was also some that, you know, have been around the block in Counter-Strike, some with more achievements than others, but seeing these two worlds clash together, I feel is really cool to see. You know, putting a highlight to the Eastern European region, as is the name of the game of this qualifier generally. But let's jump into the action here and explore the capabilities of KOLESIE, Poland's representative and HYPERSPIRIT being the ones to wave the Romanian flag.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a difference in the lineup as well for the side of KOLESIE. We get to introduce ourselves to Exist, who's playing his first game in this event. With the team in the pistol rounds already looking very, very good. Also with a double kill, Innocent with another. Dima will be able to fight back with one, and Crocodile's done the same in towards middle, but the bomb has been dropped on long, so unless he's able to produce something special, this pistol round should be going in favor of the CTs.
Is it the same for Friend as well? Right? Are we
no,
seeing...
no. Friend did play in the play-ins. He joined the team officially very recently, right? But he was already playing. He was playing as more of a stand-in, right? Because obviously Flay had to go and pursue the international play with 9. So Friend came in. He did play in the play-ins. Not quite the case though for Mr. Exist.
Cool. Fair enough.
Underused nickname in Counter-Strike, isn't it? You can't think of a single player that goes by the name Exist.
No, really?
Nor Existence.
Okay.
Yeah,
Existence.
it's not like there's like 20 of them.
No.
Just give us more.
Just a variation of where you put the letters and the numbers.
Yeah. But the lineup that KOLESIE played with in the group stage was Clocksu, Bilani, Friend, Sobo, and Innocent. Now, Sobo is not around anymore, which might be a bit of an issue because he's genuinely one of the better players on this team. But hey, maybe Exist can bring in a very high level.
Maybe indeed. Well, no investment for HYPERSPIRIT. Weren't quite able to get their hands onto a site, let alone a bomb plant. So KOLESIE seem to have the big advantage in weaponry. Oh my goodness, the cat outside is making a ton of noise. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know if it's...
I couldn't hear it.
Microphone.
No.
Oh, good.
Now I want to hear it, you know.
Good thing you can't. It's very annoying.
Now you told me I actually want to hear it. And I
no, you
regret
don't. It's
not being
whining.
Able to. All right. Did you say a car?
A cat.
Oh, a cat. Okay. I heard a car, and then when you said it's whining, I was like, well... I can't remember the last time I've seen a car whine.
Context, I live in Cyprus, and basically, this island has more cats than it has humans.
That is a lovely place to be. Never been there.
Yeah.
One day, I will visit and I'll never leave. Well, a 2-0 lead on the start of that CT side. Talking about Dust Suit, this is one of the maps on which you're probably expecting a more competitive affair between those two teams, at least for the sake of HYPERSPIRIT. You're hoping so, although we've seen some hot and cold games out of them on here, right? We saw a 5-13 to Drama, Dracula, and a 5-13 to Astro here in the LORGAR rankings in the group stage, and then a 13-5 win over Drama and a 16-12 win over Dalu Young. So it's very difficult to know what phase of the Romanians we get to see on a Dust 2 on a given day.
Can be quite coin flippy.
All right, we're not failing the mid-door smoke. Not anymore. Good stuff.
Creates a bit of a break, but Friend can't quite exploit it in time. HYPERSPIRIT are putting a lot of attention towards this area of the map.
Yeah, so, see, Friend is actually quite lucky. Usually, if you're breaking that smoke onto a third round like this when you have a scout and there's AKs on the other side, you break it very early before they're out top mid. If you break it late, it could be up close and punish you. Same way that Demon's punished the push in towards long. Cloaks who will be able to find a refrag. And now this is a bit concerning for the T's because they should know there's a gap in towards short. But I think they also know there's 2 players on the B bomb side, so there's no clear answer onto where you go here. Could have been a mid to B play.
Yeah, great timing on
the smoke. Through the smoke.
HYPERSPIRIT indeed want to go past it, disregarding it completely. Good nade, softens them up a little bit, but Innocent needs to make that M4 work. Uses the smoke to cover his own tracks, but could be in trouble here as shots are flying in his direction. That somehow able to avoid all of them. He's got a very interesting angle as soon as the smoke dissipates, and that's exactly what he's able to create. Pressure, while the rest of KOLESIE want to jump in. Innocent can't quite have the impact on time, and Friend's too far away, finally dealing with a pesky play over in car. Now, KOLESIE massively behind. Sure, the plays from HYPERSPIRIT are low, which is what Bielani is trying to exploit.
Oh,
and he might be able to do it superbly.
No,
okay, now there's the info. You know where Star Players is, but Friend has not closed the distance soon enough. Little did he know if he was in that fight with a pistol, close quarters, there could have been a chance in the round, but they run out of time also.
I mean, he just goes down to the bomb either way, right? So it's good damage. I think at some point they realize they're not winning this round. The moment that Innocent goes down, he actually does a very good job to stay alive. The defensive smoke, usually you want it on the right-hand side of the box. It creates more of a one-way on the right side and gives you more space. I'm not sure he threw it the way that he wanted to, but he was able to still navigate his way around it very nicely. and you do get all 5 kills. So now you're looking at a T-side economy that is just 1 round, but is still working with 4 Galils. The CTs have a better purchase regardless of dropping the round. Also, notice how a gap will start being created in towards long. I think at a certain point, HYPERSPIRIT will have to exploit that. CTs are taking long with a smoke and HE. So you could essentially just run out. They're not mollying and nading. Not mollying back blue either. This is something that could be very important to keep an eye on later on into the game.
Yeah, it's down for HYPERSPIRIT to realize that's also a tendency.
I mean, it's that type of a thing that could change at all times, right? But
for sure,
so far, they haven't really been investing. They haven't really been starting 3 long to try and, you know, deploy all that U2 and play anti-rush.
Although we have seen a double push come in from KOLESIE early doors. Although maybe not so early in the round itself.
Yeah. And again, it was a smoke take, right? So that's leaving you with a couple gaps. But now, because of not utilizing all of these nades, you have a lot on the defense.
Good first shot from Friend. HG takes Chocardo and Dimmer's life down to 20 and 55 per piece. And Friend continues to rain terror. That smoke is shown previously to be fruitful for KOLESIE, but not so much for Innocent this time around. And Friend, wow, from the distance continues to rain terror.
That's so weird.
HYPERSPIRIT are really struggling here.
Yeah, you can't really cross. You need to plant the bomb, but you need the smoke in towards short as well. 2v4, and you're on an island surrounded. You should be going down.
And these Galils aren't going to make it easy for you either. Looking for those one-tap headshots, not going to go your way. That is a swift and clean take by KOLESIE.
Very well done out of Friend in towards long. He was just terrorizing them. He gets the first one, and this is where all that damage from the previous round comes in hand, right? Because they just had the single flash. Second flash was a little bit late. Usually you want the first one to go up high, and then you want the second one to hit the ground in towards CT and kind of bounce right in front of the Oper, right? You want to chain them up.
True.
And just push players back, but it's very important to time them properly when you're throwing them like this. If you don't, well, then Friend is going to do what he did this time around. He's just going to collect a couple kills on easy pickings. 6-1. 6-1 Bilani as well. No money for HYPERSPIRIT.
Yeah, HYPERSPIRIT again soon needs to show us why they've selected this match. I mean, look, KOLESIE, they've already surprised many with their performance in the group stage, right? I feel like they surprised every team they played up against as well, with how quick they were to take care of action.
Yeah, I think it's more of a covering expectations than a moment of surprise. I think the surprising part is how quickly they started looking very good with a different player, because they lost Flay right before the event, right? So in that sense, I completely agree with you. I feel like maybe you could be, you would have understood if they needed a little bit of time to adapt, playing with different guys, and now that they're playing with Exist as well instead of Sobo, it's even more different. But I just feel like no matter who they pick up, they just know each other so well, and all of these players just like playing the same Counter-Strike. It never feels like someone's uncomfortable fitting into a team. But they are, I would say, maybe the only top dog out of the group stage that was actually able to cover expectations and not go down the slippery slope of playing too many maps or allowing teams that should be way lesser than them on paper to win maps against them and make them sweat. They've been very good so far.
Yeah, let's see if that streak continues. So far, looking grand on the CT side. Now faced with another buy from HYPERSPIRIT. HE lands. Although HYPERSPIRIT wants to jump right past it. Smoke drops, and somehow Exist is alive, but not till the end. As Adron and Starpires both able to line the shots against them.
Yeah, remember what we said about the way that they were taking long with just 1 or 2 people and just with a smoke and without a molly? Well, there's the response from HYPERSPIRIT. There they go for the early opening. And it doesn't really feel like you need to commit to the play either, right? You can just go get that free kill and go back, play the 5v4. No, KOLESIE is not in a bad spot. Unfortunate timing. He could have caught the bomb or caught the second player and then fallen back, but just get double peeked. Or, well, he goes into a double peek, yeah.
Yeah. So already HYPERSPIRIT, once forcing Fate, the other on the receiving end of fortune.
What is the call is the question here. The CTs are both in spawn and they are moving closer towards the B bomb side. That might entice them to go. Now you spotted Dio. They're running B. They might not be ready for Bilani.
Friend realized he was not being rushed there. Doesn't really take the safe route into CT. Goes a little bit aggressive. Bilani now tasked to handle it by himself. Molly, that is a huge block.
Do they have enough
dealt
time?
With the friend in mid, which now means you can cross freely into 15 seconds, but you can shut down the rotation knowing that Bilani is under pressure. Not too bad by HYPERSPIRIT.
Yeah, I was thinking they might have not had enough time to run and plant the bomb. I think they would have had it just barely, but that was very, very dangerous if the Oper doesn't die on middle, right? If the Oper is able to turn around and get the kill onto the second mid guy, then they are forced to basically go towards B because they wouldn't just be allowed to cross back in towards Xbox. So this round, it does get too close for comfort for the side of HYPERSPIRIT. Eventually, they're able to close it out, though. And again, they lose players, but not 5. So this is the first time they're actually able to get around on the board and start building up that money, fortifying the finances.
Ouch.
Looking for a B-bomb.
I just saw the HE fail.
Yeah. Nice flash.
Ooh, doesn't matter though.
Right.
Chocardo, that is an insane entry, double kill. And with that, that's a B-side take. That is basically the round.
Yeah, so it is very funny seeing how the approach shifts from the first couple of rounds into now, right? In the previous round, they just go for the early entry into towards long, just didn't feel, I guess, comfortable enough to commit to the play. This time around, they hit the other bomb side straight away. So this is HYPERSPIRIT just testing the protocols right now. They've realized if they're just playing the slow methodical default game, they're just getting picked apart. So now you simplify things, you hit the bomb sites, and from here on out, the CTs will have to let go of middle a little bit more. So, brace yourselves. HYPERSPIRIT will start just walking out middle and taking short control for free for the next couple of rounds, most likely. There must be somewhat of a reaction coming out of KOLESIE, because now you've lost players in towards the extremities and back-to-back buy rounds. So either you start taking long with 3 people when Diop just goes with the B player as a second guy to make sure there's not going to be any rushes to support him, and you leave middle or short, or you go very hard and aggro in middle, and you are gambling on a retake being a possibility if you get a couple kills. But this is KOLESIE now in a position where they need to make a decision and they need to try and react to that pressure.
What HYPERSPIRIT have been doing is impressive, leading the field. This time trying to catch Friend off guard with a boost, but Friend was ready. Continuing to boast quite the score.
Ooh.
Smart play from Exist this time around to close the distance.
Yeah. Break of the smoke actually sets him up for the kill, and he's pushed through it.
So HYPERSPIRIT going to work twice as hard to make long their own, but at the same time, KOLESIE working off double the information.
In a 5 versus 3, the moment you start hearing U2 and towards the A bomb site, you just push long in a situation like this. A quick reminder to everyone, of course, to sign up for the LORGAR giveaway and to make sure to go and pay a visit to LORGAR. Everything that you might need for a gaming session, or 2, or 3, or 10,000 of them.
Well, making presence known in long. Friend there, though. And that is definitely a reason to back out.
Ooh.
A bit of, you know, delayed information relay onto star players, but turns around eventually.
There's a saying about these situations. In a 4 versus 1 like this, keep your damn gun out, right? Gun out. Eyes on the crosshair, nothing else. Exist just learned that lesson in a hard way.
I'm not going about those rules.
Yeah.
Eventually does take his gun out, though. Let's be fair. But it
You
does
know
look
how
star
we were
players will be holding
calling
onto the AWP.
these in the Bulgarian scene years ago when I used to play, because I was one of these guys that would just pull out nades all the time. And when I'd play with some of the older guys that were playing from 1.6 and were a little bit more experienced, and they try to teach me about some things, they just tell me that the exact wording would be on crosshair. Just go on crosshair. And what that means is literally just go staring at your crosshair. Don't think about anything. Just look at your crosshair and shoot the guys. That's it. That's one of these scenarios. Don't overcomplicate it. Counter-Strike is a game of killing people.
Gun
On the
down
server.
or be gunned down?
On the server.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine if you suddenly take the context out of this being a video game and just take the voice recording of casters kind of talking.
Now I know why so many companies prefer Valorant, yes.
I actually heard by colleagues from Rainbow Six Siege that they're not allowed to say kill, but they have to say frag.
Right. No, we've got... Whoa. We've got frags here as well, but you've got kills.
Yeah, but
too.
like being forced to say one or the other. Let's not take it there, I guess,
yeah.
that's
Let's not start that conversation.
But I thought that'd be interesting to bring up.
Well, that's why you don't watch Rainbow Six, but you watch CS.
Sure. Another reason if you didn't have others already.
You just keep piling up. Mid control established, a bit more of a default setup out of the CT side. HE does go a little bit too deep, so no damage dealt to star players, and this seems to be shaping up for another short exec. You've got 2 smokes, a bunch of flashes, 2 molotovs, so this could be very decent. You could do the Avanger smokes, or you could just peek into the open without anything.
That should be a decent molly as well.
And
a little bit late. So
yeah.
2 have already crossed by. But Friend, he's being such a menace. No matter where he stands, he's impossible to handle. There's even this gap before the smoke he can work with. Takes one down before he falls. A quad piece for Friend. And he truly is a terror on the server.
That was a little bit of a scrappy execute out of HYPERSPIRIT, and I'm sure this is probably one of the rounds that will follow with a tactical timeout if you want to think about what really went wrong. Now, you don't need these peaks. You did have the util, right? And they used it. So why are you going out before the smokes and the flashes come out? And it's not even the Oprah looking for a cheeky opening, right? That we would have understood. So it's very unorthodox knowing that Friend is alive, that he's got the AWP. You don't really know where he is. It's just a gamble. And if he's there, you're just feeding him a free frag. And from that point on, in a 5v3 is much more difficult for you to get the round. So a little bit dusty for HYPERSPIRIT, and Friend is anything but. He's 14-3 right now.
That's quite impressive.
Ooh, nice
Raga
shot.
wants a piece of the AWP pie though. Good entry. No one's around on the A side. This is as clean as it could be for HYPERSPIRIT.
Yeah, Innocent was just jump spotting, so this is not even on him. He was playing it safe. Raga's just able to bring that hero op into action. They might have to save here, even though there's
crazy, dude.
Yeah,
he's not around
so
with a hero
away.
AWP, and now you're just gonna have to give the round away.
I'm not really sure if you want to go for this. They've just deep smoked you short as well. This is going to be a very late attempt. They're going. Why?
Well, Raga's going to show even with the only rifle available, it can find impact.
See, if they had more money, I'd say you're not losing anything, but you are losing a lot right now and for nothing. That's one of these moments where I'm not really sure if they knew whether they wanted to go for it or not, and it's probably one of these situations where they get the kill in towards lower and someone just goes, okay, we still have time, they have pistols, let's go. They don't have util. But this should have been a safe call. That's a very good find out of Raga. This one kill wins them the round, but yeah, all of this is a great sequence out of Raga, but even if he doesn't land these spectacular shots, I still feel like it would have been very difficult. And a Drawn is going to be rocking that double up. So now, because they lost all these guns, they could actually get reset for the final round of the half. These are the consequences.
But it all can be stopped if KOLESIE win this round.
Oh, yeah, technically.
Oh, you're right.
They could be all right.
Min-max. Oh, HYPERSPIRIT this time around playing it a little bit more on the safer side. Mid-smoke breaks once again. Just damage extended onto Glotchu. It's a one-on-one then, eventually. Bomb's left behind his spawn as well. Demon's going to have to go and collect it. Jocado deep out in mid with Innocent lying on the side of the smoke here. Jakarta is thinking about it, but he's here on alert. It feels like HYPERSPIRIT want to go for that A long play, but with that pick, this might change things.
Now you should know there's two players in towards that B bomb site, sprinting in towards short, and there's no one to stop them.
Well, now you have to go for it. Well, you don't actually. If you want to have a buy for the next round, KOLESIE in big trouble.
Now surely they're safe.
Decisive movements. If they found the pick there. Oh, they're going for it yet again. ASTRAL even blinded, able to find one, and that makes it just much more difficult for KOLESIE.
See, the U2 is very good. It's very unlucky that the first player gets a kill there. Fully blinded, I think it was ASTRAL, is able to get that headshot. It is still one of these situations where you'd say, is 7-5 a bad half at Counter-Strike? Do we really want to push that much? I think it's because of the confident start that they had and how well Friend has been playing as well. They feel like they should have had a bigger lead. But now, it could be a tight score. Friend won't be able to get that final exit kill. And it's not only about the exits. Well, it's not really about the exits at all. It's about holding on to the AWP. He's unable to do that. So now, Pavlos, shall we take a look at the money in the bank accounts of KOLESIE?
And it goes back to that old saying, at least it exists in Greek. It probably doesn't exist in English. But if you want the many, you lose the few.
Sure.
If you go for the many, then you lose a few. Yeah, it doesn't directly translate too nice, does it? But you get the premise, you get the idea.
No, yeah, be thankful for what you have, basically.
Yeah,
don't be
if you get greedy, you lose what you have.
Yeah, we have another one in Bulgaria, which is a bit more cynical, a bit more vulgar. I'll say it to you after the map.
I'm very curious now, Ted. Don't do me like this with curiosity.
I think it is too, but well, I could actually say it. It's a bit disgusting, though. I won't say it.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine. I'll hear about it later.
Yeah. Balkan sayings are just unhinged.
You should hear Dutch ones. Those are weird. And they've got so many sayings.
Yeah, the main trick with that is not transforming into a person that speaks with only sayings, you know. There's those types of people. No matter what happens, they just say something that is, you know, a quote.
Yeah.
Or just a saying. I don't like it.
It makes you feel inferior.
It makes you feel like you're talking to an AI. They're just programs.
Fair enough.
It's just responding in a set way.
Yeah, well, I know we're having fun here, but it's not that good of a world for KOLESIE to live in. Especially after that happening in mid. God. Oh, dear me. Jakarta and Raga had that one locked. They were 5 steps ahead. Crazy how the long distance fights goes to the MP7's favor instead of the AK, but still, there is an answer back, and there's no way into this round by Friend. That is a solid comeback in the first half by HYPERSPIRIT.
Yeah, it really is. I'm a little bit surprised by the way that actually the side of HYPERSPIRIT was able to pick this one right back up. Friend had such a good first half, still not able to get a comfortable lead for his team at the end of it. It is getting a little bit tricky now for the Poles. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe 6 rounds in, I was thinking it could have been a very simple day in the office for KOLESIE. Not anymore.
Sure. No.
Looking very sharp, HYPERSPIRIT. A couple nice moments out of Choker now. A couple nice shots out of Dima. Raga as well. Starting to get fired up with the big green.
So now this pistol has big importance for this game. Win it if you take him quite a bit away from your opponent. Jakarta caught initially. So KOLESIE starting things off on the front foot. But HYPERSPIRIT, they look like they're maneuvering quite quickly. Looking to be fluid in this one, reactive. Raga, though, has to hold his ground at least for 1 or 2 to put HYPERSPIRIT in charge. But it's Adron instead in mid to get the damage across, but KOLESIE fall to no one. Bielani, that is snappy shooting for him, and KOLESIE get the dub.
Yeah, he just shot him down with the Glock. Look at that triple kill. What a sequence. He makes it look very flawless, very easy. Gonna check it out on the replay. Flash is absolutely perfect for lower tons. Then you've got Clockster running Raga down, and Bielani just picking up the piece. The second player on 1 HP. Not quite the first and the third, though. Good damage. FACEIT coming out of HYPERSPIRIT. They're going all in, regardless of not really finding too many kills in the pistol. This is a bit of a risky decision.
KOLESIE waiting for the first sets of HGs to be thrown, and now they make their move. Did not expect what was coming. There is some answers back from the 5-7s, but with KOLESIE getting 2 picks and damage on the star players, that's what they need. You've got to be cautious. A couple of shots landing onto Friend as well. Makes this one slightly uncomfortable for the Poles here.
Yeah, they've allowed the scout to get out of dodge. That's because he landed the first shot. Raga going for the fight. Unable to land another tag onto Bielani. Both Friend and Clockster need to be very careful about this scout presence. Mid-reaggression is interesting. Thing is, if you want to push in towards top middle with that MP9, you are basically just committing away from the B-bomb side and isolating yourself. I mean, the commitment in towards A is fine, but you want to be playing up close and personal to your teammates, stay together, be able to play off of each other. That's exactly what he does.
Oh, Raga will be able to jump spot.
He should be dead.
Should be.
Oh,
that's an excellent flash, but I'm sure Slayer players would have loved to have a rifle with him there. Or it could have been a different scenario completely. Maybe an AWP, a collab, that would have been juicy, but it feels like this round's fate has been written.
They're all
trying to get the higher ground, and you're right, the HP bars are less than optimal for the KOLESIE group. Adron brings it down to a 1-on-1, and now he might just be favored. Adron, the 1v3, he cannot believe it.
They were also low. This is the work of the scout, the work of the spam through the smoke, the flash, the 5-7 bullets, regardless of not getting a kill. That's why even in a 1 versus 3 like this, you'd favor the MP9, especially with the smoke, especially on the short to close range. Just spamming in. They needed the insta headshot, but they were also afraid to go for the fight. FACEIT works out. And this is the workout of Raga. He gets only 1 kill, but does so much damage to set up that MP9 for the 1 versus 3. It's probably one of the easier 1v3s that Adron has won.
And I'll tell you what, Ted, it feels like KOLESIE are always making the right steps. But it's just individualness from HYPERSPIRIT, them being able to read the scenario nicely, that gets them right back in. And in very annoying situations as well. That second round, it's back-to-back halves where they've struggled to get things going their way.
Yeah, it's not a simple game. Friend. He's got a 1v1. It's not the Oper holding for him behind the box, but Raga is playing on a bit of a deeper angle when you do have a 3 versus 4. You need a very, very quick and clean opening here. Either from the scout or Bielani's Deagle. You get that first kill, maybe we can start talking about something, but it's going to be difficult. Flash probably goes high. Actually, Innocent will just cross in. They don't really know. He's got a timing. He's got a very good timing. Oh, God. Now there's the chance.
Has to respect him for now, but now shows his position. Gets away with 1, although exposed for too long, which Friend is able to handle. 2 versus 2, but it's so damn fickle. Raga on 5, Bielani on 8. Both sides struggling on that HP department. Friend through a box. And now Star Player is trying to clutch up, just like his teammate did moments ago. But this time, Friend able to balance the situation nicely.
It's just a timing play out of Innocent. I'm so surprised they were not aware of the possibility, right? The smoke comes in, but there's no noise. They break it. They don't see anything. Innocent just catches the perfect timing. And Friend doing God's work on that scout as well. Sure, these players were low, but the second one was even a headshot onto the Oper. And the third guy, he's just landing the double tag himself. Friend is 22-7. What a performance he's had. You know what? Friend deserves to win this map. I'm not sure if his teammates will be able to grant that wish, but he definitely is playing like he deserves it.
He's playing out of his mind, dude.
You know what's the thing? I don't even feel like he's doing anything crazy in particular, but I think he's getting every single kill that he could in a normal way. He's just very, very solid right now. Very solid. And this is even more impressive, to be fair.
Imagine if there's a deagle upset this one. But it's just going to be the initial kill for HYPERSPIRIT. Other than that, this is a clean affair for KOLESIE. Oh, maybe I spoke too quick. Dimmer. Dimmer, stop it! And bombs down mid. You've got the information. You've figured out ones and tons. Now seen one down mid. You can find yourself an AWP, and there's a distance between yourself and your opponents. This is massive.
This is so dangerous.
He's got his opponents on the chokehold.
They need Bellani to go short or long. You can't play both from that position. He can just double zoom in towards the doors and lower and just get the first kill, hide, and go for a repeat. This is a good reposition out of Bellani.
He's lost track of exist as well, thinking that the lower tunnels push can turn into a T-spawn push. But instead, KOLESIE converge together. That smoke is brilliant. That is huge. Without it, there may have been trouble. Potentially losing to a set of pistols, but they're able to control eventually.
He has such a mean ego, Dima. He just has some of these moments where he's just gonna 1D people out of nowhere. Unfortunately, it was a full investment coming out of HYPERSPIRIT, so we could be looking at the Deke, saying it was beautiful, but it's not the happy ending in the end of the day that HYPERSPIRIT were hoping for. And his friend, who's farming more kills on that AWP, and isn't doing the same on the Mac 10. This is going to be 10-7 on the board. Somehow, this map is still running away from HYPERSPIRIT. I mean, I say somehow. Friend is 24-8. God.
I can't help but feel HYPERSPIRIT have had their moments, right? The moments where they're able to read how KOLESIE like to play, sort of navigate around that. But now they're forced to do their own thing, right? And I feel like KOLESIE are a bit too disruptive.
Yeah, they are that type of a team that's always going to come back with a highlight, right? Even if you think you've had your opportunity, they're very difficult to kind of tire out, right? You're never going to break their mental. These guys are a little bit wild. They never give up. Quite close for Friend. His teammates are going for a B-pop. He's the only one starting middle. ASTRAL needs to be very careful. He's got no help.
It could be big, but the spray down could be just bigger. Adron, an insane triple. And you thought this was a buy round from KOLESIE? Think again. It goes down as if it's made of paper.
Wow. Honestly, they've dodged the bullet. This is such a massive play out of Adron. He's alone. Look at the minimap. His closest teammate was on short. If he dies here with 1 or 2 kills, even 2 kills, I'm not sure if they were going to be enough to cut it, but if he dies with 1 kill, round is over. That was a great underworldly angle.
Underworldly angle. Ted, I was laughing because you said, look at the minimap, and there was no minimap to look at, and then the observer was like, sure, I'll create one, and goes underneath the map to create one. Sorry, I just found that hilarious for no reason at all.
No, I did realize there was no minimap when I was saying look at the minimap as well.
I mean, you'd expect that one to be there, I know. Which is why you prepared your words to say those things.
I was caught off guard. I admit.
I mean, there's no judging you there, mate. That's
judge me.
Just funny. Sure.
Thank you.
Where's your hair?
Right, this is straight up bullying. It's not even judging. What do you mean?
That's true. That is so true. I'm so sorry. Oh, I feel bad now. KOLESIE. As we turn our attention towards them, friend, stop it. Ted, I'll do you one greater. He's picking up all the kills he should be doing, but he's putting himself in some great positions to retrieve them.
No, he's playing very smart. A very smart game with the op on the T side and on the CT side. Star Players is on the boost though, and on low HP, just mowing people down. Oh god, they can't go anymore. They've been stopped by a 9 HP player, and now Demon's arrived. Innocent has been able to finesse them. He will get a bomb plant. No one's looking.
Oh my god!
Get the kill, sprint, plant the bomb.
He's out. He is out.
Get the money.
Oh, innocent.
He's guilty. Imagine he wins this, by the way. They're still waiting in towards B. They didn't want to move because he could have been waiting somewhere in towards CT spawn.
A little bit early with that HE, though.
You don't want to go CT. You don't want to give him the feed angle. They're all going short. This is impossible. Or is it?
But anything can happen. That's 1 out of 3 flashes available to them. Gone, and you're right. Playing that angle was not going to work for you against 3 players simultaneously. And as much as Innocent wanted to make us believe, HYPERSPIRIT get a say on the CT side.
All right. It's been such a back and forth mentally between those two teams, I feel like, isn't it? I think you brought it up a couple of times that KOLESIE is a very difficult team to take down. HYPERSPIRIT did have their moments, but it feels like both teams are very difficult to take down. Both teams are very, very, very insistent of not letting this map slip. And that adds up for a very close to a very competitive first map of the series. Of course, this is a double elimination play in upper bracket game. So it's just the beginning. That's a nice shot through the smoke for Dima.
And he was even moving to on that last bullet, so I think that was a bit of a wild one.
It's just how CS works, you know. When you move, sometimes you get to be more accurate. Although now we're gonna get the new movement. Right. It's still in beta. It's still being tested. But Counter-Strike are working on everything making a little bit more sense.
But it's more the animation aspect of it, right? Rather than the actual hitbox.
I mean, no, it's
and
the
the way that the rifles interact with it.
Yeah, the main issue is that sometimes you shoot a bullet, and for you it feels like it didn't hit where it actually did, register on the server level, right? So this update is supposed to, and this is not me saying it, this is some software engineers that have put on some materials on it. It's the connection between what happens on the server level and what you see is supposed to be a little bit better. So now when you shoot someone, on paper, when this becomes part of the game, obviously, because it's just getting tested now, on paper, it should look a little bit more logical. So when you connect the bullet to the shoulder, you should be able to see it a lot easier than right now. So this is an area of the game that should be targeted by this update.
Will HYPERSPIRIT think there's a timing here? Because Exist walks right past the molly, but he thinks against trying to use it to his advantage.
Probably a wise decision. He's all alone right now.
Who pulls the trigger first? Ragga's got a wide angle, so I don't think Friend is positioned correctly for it.
Nope.
Yep, there you go.
They heard the up jump up.
Oh, smoke fades and not a situation which favors them. KOLESIE, that's got to hurt the psyche. Rotchu finds one, but you don't really have much time, and you're surrounded. You've yet to deal with Dimmer on site, and he's wanting to give us a bit of a show of his own.
It's a big round out of Raga, right? They just heard the steps of the players that were so audible in towards middle, climbing up on Xbox. So both these short players just turned around. Exist is able to get one kill, but that's all, and it felt like it was very easy for the CTs to read in towards which bomb side this round was going and what the split idea was. Look at the kill distribution on the CT side as well. It feels like everyone's been charming in and helping out. On the other side, it's pretty easy to identify who's been the #1 fragging output for KOLESIE. Hint is the guy with 26 kills. He's got double the kills of the player behind him in the fragging department.
And it's round 22.
Yeah. It's not early in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Did he move? He must have. That was right on him. Yeah, he must have moved. That was right on him.
Well, KOLESIE looking to make an A-site move, and it's not a bad idea.
These are terrifying. You've got a bunch of pistols. They've got 2 smokes. They could smoke the one that... they could deploy the waterfall smoke and just drop CT with 2 people. That's what they're doing. Just scale up and run the op down.
Yeah, but look at HYPERSPIRIT, how they responded, leaving B door straight away, so it's just going to be a catwalk cross for now. Raga finds the first one, but KOLESIE demands side control. They will get the bomb down here. The question is, how many rifles can they find? They've only got the 1 pick, so Galil for Bialani. They're going to move right back for catwalk. Try and get a collapse here. There's an anti-flash,
hold on,
but Exist gets 2 before that even comes into play. It's ridiculous. HYPERSPIRIT in trouble. Sure, they've gained side control. KOLESIE need to stop this defuse from happening.
They don't have a smoke. They have the defuse kits, but no way to cover.
Demon playing aggressive. He's going to use his weapon as cover. He might be exactly what he needed. Raga doesn't know where the final play is. Now he's got that information relayed upon him. Jumping up and down. Raga brings out the pistol, but yeah, did he defuse?
Yeah, he did. Didn't catch it.
Oh my god, I missed the fact that he actually defused. I was like, why is he off the bomb?
Getting very excited there. Yeah, that was a chaotic round. Demo was protecting him, so Raga, as Demo was fighting the short players, Raga was on the bomb. That's why it was such a good defense out of the AK. But yeah, Raga had the round by the time this final fight happened.
Oh boy,
it happens. When nothing else works, you go B. Or you cancel. They've canceled. Well, the bomb is still there.
They could commit once again. If you're
I don't think they want to.
Here, you're probably not too happy about this.
No, not really. I mean, if you're anyone from KOLESIE, you're not too happy. But Friend keeps delivering.
He really wants this, man. Kicking and screaming on the server. Oh, the timing could be everything here with this mid push. Dima able to convert it right back to a 4 versus 4. And it always feels like there's one smoke blocking B. It's just like impossible for KOLESIE to move into that without their field of view being prohibited in a way. HYPERSPIRIT chipping away at this T side. To square things up. Oh, that gets a little bit too difficult. Ricardo is able to find one before he falls, but in the meantime, you need to be careful of this B push. Now there is 1 player defending per side, but Glotcher wants to get here quickly enough before the second player comes into fruition. That won't be happening. HYPERSPIRIT will be confirming 13 locked in. You can give positives for both, but it's HYPERSPIRIT that secure the first map of the series.
It's a great recovery out of them. The fact that Flay has, or Friend has such a performance, I'm sorry, but Friend has such a performance on the other side, and he's literally flying around the map and making anything happen with the open. You're still getting your map pick on the board is huge for the side of HYPERSPIRIT. They were able to control the game in a very good way. They were able to come back and win some very crucial rounds and come back into situations in which I feel like they probably shouldn't have, especially after the very slow start they had in the first half. But this is a very clear message out of the side of HYPERSPIRIT. Sure. Even when you have one of your individuals playing on such a high level, we're still not going to allow ourselves to go down.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, having the resilience to stick around in a game where it felt like KOLESIE started to bring things back, losing it. I feel like that's one of the things that make HYPERSPIRIT a decent team, right? The belief that they can always recover it. Not that they were massively behind at any point, right? It didn't feel like KOLESIE just took over a game at any point. Yeah. There was a very back and forth situation at the start of it, which I feel like KOLESIE were also navigating quite decently. But at the end of the game, if you're able to do it more consistently than your opponent, it will make a difference, right? It adds up, and that's exactly what happened today.
Yeah, and this is the first map that KOLESIE have dropped in the tournament as well, right? So it's an entirely new challenge that is being presented to all of us, and this is with Friend performing so well, with a lot of the individuals having some big moments. It just felt like at times they were a little bit scrappy. Obviously, HYPERSPIRIT had these moments in the first half as well, but this was, if there was a map that we would say is a must-win in the veto, this was it, right? And now we can start having that conversation of, even if it does go to a third map, we did make the argument that KOLESIE have not played a whole bunch of overpassing. HYPERSPIRIT might be favored for it. But even before that, with this type of a performance and the fact that HYPERSPIRIT were able to win, we are moving to a Mirage that might have not been ideal for them lately, but it is originally one of the good maps for HYPERSPIRIT. So yeah,
Sure.
I feel like now we've had our entire perspective of what we were expecting out of this game completely changed. At least I have. I think HYPERSPIRIT have been able to show a very good level, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to bring in a lot more of a competitive effort to Mirage than maybe what we initially thought.
Yeah, we'll be finding out how that one goes shortly, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a small break. So yeah, don't miss it. Glad you've tuned in once again here at the LORGAR rankings. Currently one map in between KOLESIE and HYPERSPIRIT. Got there, KOLESIE? Yeah, I got there eventually. KOLESIE versus HYPERSPIRIT. I don't know what happened. Brain just didn't brain. But we're one map in. HYPERSPIRIT were able to upset their way to victory, and now they can get themselves one more map to potentially continue their way into the upper bracket.
Yeah, now that would be a very big surprise. If HYPERSPIRIT comes into this one and is able to 2-0 the Polish side of KOLESIE, one of the few teams that were able to make it out of the groups in a clean way, one of the few favorites that I want to say had no hiccups in the group stage. That would definitely be a surprising result. The one thing that we've learned when it comes down to HYPERSPIRIT, though, is that having expectations is never a good thing, right? No. If you have bad expectations, they will show up and play very well. If you have good expectations, then things might crumble. Mirage so far has not been ideal for the last couple of weeks. You're looking at 6 losses out of the last 7 games, Ecstatic being the only team that they've been able to take down. But a couple of very close and tight losses, I want to say. Now, did individually KOLESIE look better on map number 1? You could probably say yes, especially for friend's sake. But did that guarantee them a win? Well, no, they lost. So HYPERSPIRIT have proven that they can make irrational stuff seem rational and logical. Can they do it again? That's the big question. We've got the VRS forecast as well. This is quite sick. 23
seem
points
to be,
if KOLESIE win.
Yeah. So, according to VRS points, KOLESIE would be on the better end of the bargain. They do end up winning.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Players into the site. Solo for now, but he's got Raga joining in quickly. KOLESIE quite explosive with this, but Raga is so damn clean. And with that, you've got a couple left for KOLESIE. You can get the bomb down, but Bielani wants to play aggressive, and that's exactly what he'll be doing. What's next? Bielani wanting a piece of that damn pie and takes 4 damn whole bites off of it.
Bielani with a Glock is a different beast. He had a triple kill in the second, pissed around on the T side of Dust2 as well, and now he gets a 4K. Does even one better. That was such a sick hold out of Raga, by the way. He's all alone, jumping towards the back of the bomb side. There's people swarming him, and he's able to get a double kill. There's Bielani's aggression, though. No one's ready for the swinging Glock. No one's able to react back. It's a big way to enter this map for KOLESIE. Now, the only issue has been so far that regardless of winning the pistol rounds, both teams have been unable to actually get onto a good start on either half. This should be different. Star Players is alone.
I mean, you say should, but we saw the second rounds of each and every one of the halves that we saw in this in the previous map, and really go the way as planned, like you did allude to. HYPERSPIRIT have got a decent hold here, but that Molly's going to prohibit the rest of the players arriving. Dima is able to shut the life down of 2. Thankfully, for Star Players, going down without the kill would have been devastating.
Yeah, Innocent is low on HP as well. This could still be a successful retake. Issue is they don't really have the fuse kit, and they are working with primarily pistols.
They do have one flash, though, which
could be massive.
Glotchu from looking in this direction for now. And they use a smoke to isolate one of these angles. Glotchu is in trouble. Indeed, the flash does have impact. Innocent, the one with the rifle, lowest the health, finally taken down. But at what cost? Because 2 players have been dropped from HYPERSPIRIT. You're left with the one, and Friend knows exactly where to look.
Yeah, this is a very tight one. Big clutch coming out of Friend. Star Players probably a little bit disappointed that he couldn't finish off the kill, right? Because if he... I mean, still the player on the T side does go down, but if Star Players is alive towards the van, it's a completely different situation. If he's alive for a little bit longer, that is. Probably would have gotten refract either way. Big double kill out of Innocent on 10 HP as well. Did not receive a hit out of the second player, so KOLESIE will get to start things off better on that T side. A 2-0, potentially 3-0, one of the cleanest starts we've seen so far. I say potentially 3-0. There is a bunch of players around middle. Oh, God. What? No! What?
Oh, well, this is not the first time we've seen Dimmer pop off with a deagle. He's done it yet again, but this time on the second map.
That is ludicrous. This is illegal. They've won the round already. I'm not buying into Bielani 1v4 clutch. Dima's deagle is so fucking nasty. And yeah, that deserved an F-bomb. Did you see what he just pulled off? He missed the shots on the guy that had U2 out and got a double kill regardless.
I mean, being so consistently ridiculous, ludicrous, needs a medal, I think.
He's an aimer. I don't care what his ratings are. I don't care how consistent he is. I don't care if he goes AFK on the map. This is pure entertainment. This is what that is. He's so crisp with it. That's sick.
And a massive round for HYPERSPIRIT to do that.
He's the Romanian Lecro. That's who he is. Or Golden, or whoever you pick. Whoever's got a mean damn thing. Yeah. He's the mean D guy.
Out here trying to create a name for himself. And it's so funny that Bielani survives with 1 HP here. If he indeed does. Adron is actually on a good pace to catch up to him, decide the wrong place to go.
I mean, this is actually the worst case scenario. You win the pistol, you win the anti-force, and you drop around against the anti-eco. That is the worst case scenario for KOLESIE. At least Bielani is able to hold on to the rifle. That's going to give you a little bit of hope, a silver lining, easing the pain slightly. But this is a massive round to pick up for the Romanians. Look at that. Miss. Insane. I've lost my mind and left the game and left the room by that point. That is crazy. How is he getting a double kill out of this? I cannot believe it. Despicable.
The first 2 misses were tactical misses, Ted. I'm telling you, they were purposeful. No, not gonna follow up with my BS.
No.
Fair enough.
No. He's just a robot. I don't know how he does it. Well, a robot in the best way possible. Not an AI, but kind of like a Terminator.
I love that AI has now become a bad term.
I mean, if you call a person AI, it's not the best thing ever.
Completely, I get you there.
It could mean you're very knowledgeable under certain circumstances, but it could also mean that you're emotionless, that you don't have personality, severe lack of judgment and humane qualities.
Or it just seems like you've been programmed a certain way and cannot really. It's
kind of like the new NPC. It's the new way of calling someone an NPC. You know, you're kind of like a high-end expensive NPC.
High-end expensive NPC.
A bit smarter than an NPC, but still an NPC regardless.
Slightly. Yeah. You just have you're just being created to seem smarter on the outside, but in the meantime, you're just an algorithm. For this one though, this looks quite simple for HYPERSPIRIT. KOLESIE jumping into their demise. Clean stuff. Ragga down to 6, but he'll be holding on to his life. The same for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, just because I saw a question on the chat, and me and you, Pavlos, we like getting involved in conversations with our lovely chat. We love the people watching the event. The question, what that event is. So as of right now, you're tuning in to the play-in stage of the closed qualifier of the LORGAR ranking season 1. This is a new tournament powered by LORGAR and StarLadder. The TO that was behind the second major of 2025, of course. And as I already said, LORGAR, they've got a giveaway. Go and sign up. This is stage 2 of the closed qualifier. First one was a group stage. We had 4 groups, GSL, 4 teams in each group. 2 teams out of each group made it out into the play-in, which is a double elimination bracket with 8 teams, and 4 of them will qualify for the main event of the LORGAR ranking season 1, which is going to be a $50,000 LAN event happening in Barcelona, Spain on the 25th and 26th of April. 4 teams out of the qualifier, 4 teams throughout a direct VRS invite from Europe. So yeah, this is the tournament you're watching right now.
Hope it was sufficient enough answer. Very informative.
Yeah. And also you get to enjoy listening to our voices too, which is every coin has 2 sides, you know. The good side was all the info that I just gave you, and then the bad side is the one that I just shared.
All scales must be even by the end of the day.
Hell yeah.
Well, HYPERSPIRIT. What a comeback in the game itself. That for KOLESIE having some brilliant first 2 rounds. Now we're teetering on the very edge, like we were on the previous map on Dust 2. My jump boost coming in from KOLESIE, but where will FaZe HYPERSPIRIT not?
The terrifying part about that CT side of HYPERSPIRIT is what happens if ChalkerDAO gets going, right? He's a very, I want to say, inconsistent type of rifle, but when he's on a high, his highs are very, very, very high. He's the connector player on that CT side, and he's got that traditional shaky aim, but if the shaky aim works out, I've seen some monstrosities of multi-kills out of this man. So if he gets going on a map like Mirage, especially alongside Raga's opening presence, this could be a very difficult part of the map. Middle is for the side of KOLESIE.
So KOLESIE are entertaining the idea of a potential mid push. They've thrown in a flash. They've got a couple of deep smokes in as well. But Raga's been given so much information for free. Finally, he forced off the angle due to the flash and exists peak.
Yeah, they had the deep flash. Thing is, Raga didn't fire a shot, right? So as of right now, you don't really know where the Oper is yet. That's one of the bigger issues when you're playing around like this, and there's been no smoke breaks in towards window. There's been no presence, because now, as much as you want to group up and play together, you need to be aware of the possibility of the Oper being in towards Ticket, in towards the B apartments, in towards Short, in towards Kong. He could be pretty much anywhere. And they don't really have a lot of util left. 2 smokes, 2 mollies, so they have enough to get onto a bomb site, not to hold it. They need to get a bunch of kills, and they've just been blocked in towards the ramp without any flashes.
Good shot from Raga. Smoke. And that will deny the connector crunch from KOLESIE, so now they've only got one area in which they can approximately come through, and HYPERSPIRIT are fully aware and prepared for it.
I'm not really sure if they were making these calculations when they used all these flashes in towards middle, because it looked nice to have the protocols to clear out the map, but then you deploy them, you don't have any other flashes left, and you don't really gain a lot in towards middle because of these flashes, right? You just get a little bit of control, but there's nothing behind it. You walk up connector, there's 3 players, the op on short. You didn't really challenge or bait any utility off of the CT side. Spent a lot of time getting there, and in the end, HYPERSPIRIT just had to kill a bunch of people running through smokes without anything to blind their opponents with. Now there's going to be a bunch of flashes on this A-pop. Where's the jungle smoke? Alright, there it is.
Slightly delayed, but it will come through eventually.
Burning.
Ardron, yeah, he ends up falling as well before he's able to turn into a kebab. And this is the turnaround we were talking about. KOLESIE capable of rounds like this as well. And with the early picks and side control that KOLESIE have garnered, HYPERSPIRIT will have to respect it.
See, now this is one of these situations where you can tell that they're a little bit overzealous the moment that they start getting rounds and start getting kills, right? This is where you could say they're overhyped. You've got 2 people that have gone down in this round, and we're going to just do some theory crafting, right? We're not blaming it on people, because KOLESIE's play was pretty decent, right? They had a bunch of util. Smoke stairs, smoke jungle, molly back triple, flashes were high. I think they had another molly for under palace, so technically the execution was great out of KOLESIE. What should you be doing if you're HYPERSPIRIT and you know the money on KOLESIE is low? It's highly likely that they don't really have a lot of util to replenish after they take the bomb site. Is it really worth it to stay on it, burn, push alone through the smokes, and look for kills to try and fend them off? Or is it more worth it to just fall back, let them onto the bomb site, but don't give them anything else, and then retake in a 5v5 when you know they've got pistols? Highest probability, maybe they have 1 or 2 rifles, best case scenarios, and those are going to be lows. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of these reactions from HYPERSPIRIT could be a little bit cleaner.
I guess it could be said both ways.
Yeah, probably. It is good though, because you are seeing the moment that one of the teams makes a serious, because I would call that a serious mishap in the way that you're approaching this round and the idea that you have behind it, they are getting punished, right? It means that the other team is ready for it and they're playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Lani can potentially catch a timing here, which could get very interesting. Especially with the rest of the KOLESIE players trying to break into connector. Thing is, bomb will be a little bit delayed, so I wonder what the response from HYPERSPIRIT will look like. Adron, that's a great jump up. No repercussions, at least early doors. Exist can now cross into the site quickly, and Adron trying to balance his attention for 2 directions, gets shut down because of it. Innocent, not converting. This could allow HYPERSPIRIT's way in.
Wait for
but
Dimma.
Maybe a prerequisite is Dimma's aggression. All the timing is superb. Delays pulling the trigger. Now pays attention to Palace, which is the right call given where Loku is. And now you're down to Innocent. 25 seconds. 2 players you're now still dealing with a player teetering down mid. You're going to have to play aggressive. And Star Players takes the fight to him.
Yeah, this is such a weird round. It's such a weird round from both these teams, right? It felt like HYPERSPIRIT were ready to give it away. They had a 3-man setup in towards the B or in towards the A-bomb side. No one's looking at Palace. The Opera gets caught off guard. More people get shut down. And then Dima just comes out of CT, walks out, denies the bomb planter. Palace player is too afraid to go for anything. And the moment that Dima wins that fight as well, round is over. Thing is, Palace player was so, I guess, invested with just playing for the round after the bomb gets planted. They knew where Star Players was. They knew he was trapped in towards middle. But this is why Dimma as well decides to go for that type of a play, right? He knows he's got a 1v2 on the bomb side. Star Players communicates all of that. Third player's in towards window. He's got eyes on me. Don't worry about him. They don't know where you're coming from.
Ted, entertain me for a little bit here. It feels like KOLESIE, through the round itself, feels like its segments feel very confident, but training those segments together is where they find, where HYPERSPIRIT find the weaknesses.
So sometimes KOLESIE, I guess when you look at those two as well, there was a couple of examples where some of the individuals are almost too afraid to make a move when they need to, right? When it's risky. We had a bunch of these moments on Dust 2 against the MP9 when they were low on HP and they were just, you know, very hesitant to try and refrag after the first guy goes down. In this situation, the Palace player needs to be a little bit more brave to ensure the bomb going down. So there is some moments where they are not making a move when they should be, but you are spot on. They are playing with a lot of confidence up until, you know, it is very obvious that they're not. It's like a switch.
Star players not faulting at all here. And KOLESIE, sure, the idea looked good, but where's the backup to it with the fragging? HYPERSPIRIT fully aware of what KOLESIE wanted to bring to the table. Now Bialani forced to do some extra fragging to bring his team back in, and I'm afraid that won't be happening. Friend having to wave the white flag. Sure, he's got the bomb 50 seconds, but other than that, no space, no control, no friends.
He's his
Could
own
find
friend.
a gun here. Lima has just realized that the rifle is now back in the hands of his opponent, but given he's got assistance, not a care in the world.
Another good double kill coming out of Chokradao. That was a half buy for the T side, so damage is still not too bad, right? You get 3 kills, you're making them reinvest into a whole lot of these guns, but especially with the opening frag, with the Oper going down early on, you probably would have wished to do a little bit more. Star Players with lovely hold. Same for Chokradao in towards middle, and Dima winning that fight against Bilani. That's 6 rounds on the CT side already, looking for a more solid lead here. A quick reminder to everyone to go and check out LORGAR ready to play, the platform to give away, as this entire tournament is presented by LORGAR. They are the reason all of this is happening.
Blanche, you're thinking he wants to... No, I thought he was considering trying to play through connector here, but instead it's just the boost up mid, and Exist gets away with a lot. The countdown knows there's a timing here, pays attention to it, but Exist finding that shot first does create an element of uncertainty on the CT side. Thankfully for HYPERSPIRIT, there is a response, and Dimma takes up that nest angle nicely. And with that, KOLESIE falling deeper and deeper in the pit. No ladder, no rope, nowhere to go.
Very solid holds. I mean, they did catch a timing onto Chokradao, but there's such a good response ready. Instantly. Ladder player swings, gets the kill, drops in window, wins another fight. The A-bomb side players deal with the situation perfectly. Adron is able to stay alive, navigate his way around the Molotov and get a kill. And HYPERSPIRIT really are ready to play. Apparently they have been using LORGAR. Very much so ready to play. KOLESIE don't even get a bomb plant, so back to the half buys we go. HYPERSPIRIT might be looking at 8 or even 9 rounds at the end of that CT side.
I mean, they're looking confident, Ted. I feel like they've got responses to everything that KOLESIE have been throwing at them.
They're doing the same half-buy that they did a couple rounds ago when we were critical that they stayed on the bomb side. CT smoke, Jungo and stairs smokes, probably a bunch of Molotovs, but the bomb is going B. They're doing it as a fake. They should realize.
HYPERSPIRIT have reacted by sending a third player deep into the A site, so the rotation time will be quite long. You've kind of left our players alone with Dima in close proximity. And he's considering to drop further back. I think the HYPERSPIRIT have realized they're rotating over. Star players, though, in a better position to have his teammate help out, and that is what he needed. KOLESIE cannot make it into the site for the life of them. And Glotchu on the wrong side of the world.
See, in that situation, it was actually very good that Chokerda was on the bomb side, but this was a little bit different because he wasn't alone, right? There was two players that were on the bomb side itself ahead of the U2, or even three of them. There was one guy towards short that was being responsible for the T's going up connector. They had, I think, one of the guys on A was also spotting Jungle for a potential boost. So they had a lot of the avenues covered, and that allowed star players to stay in towards B and be safe. But they knew what was going on A. That's why they were so ready, I guess, for the potential B take. Much more focused, much more locked in, much more dominant on that second map. 20 kills. This is how much KOLESIE have been able to gather as a team collectively over the course of 11 rounds of action. Demon's got 13 himself.
I remember when friend of the previous map beat him out for 20 kills by this point.
Yeah. How the turns table.
Yeah, they don't table very nicely, these turns. At least not for KOLESIE. HYPERSPIRIT are loving it. They're turning all the tables. We're tabling the turns. Molly bounces off star player, so you know there's one nearby. But somehow still able to get away with one. I felt a little bit unrealistic, but exists thankfully for him. He's able to find yet another, but does it matter when the rest of the attack is shut down? KOLESIE overdoing it on many occasions when they split their attack. One, or at least one, has been quashed every single time.
Friend needs to go nuclear again. He's not ready for the boost. Spotted out. Next shot. Still alive, but we'll just get run down through the smoke. Nothing going KOLESIE's way on the second map. HYPERSPIRIT getting 9 rounds at halftime on Mirage. This is HYPERSPIRIT showing us a big high on today's performance. Probably the best series they've played all tournament long so far. The best series they've played in a while. In a whole lot of different competitions. And they choose the most opportune of moments for it all. And that's a reminder to everyone at home. HYPERSPIRIT and all of these teams, they need 2 best-of-3 wins in order to make it into Barcelona, right? This is what the double elimination bracket, where you have 8 teams and 4 of them qualify, looks like. So you win here, you're going to be 1 best-of-3 away, and you're going to have 2 chances for it. For KOLESIE, you lose here, you need to win 2 again. So for HYPERSPIRIT to decide to peak in that type of a moment, in that type of a game, is absolutely massive. That would give you 2 opportunities to qualify for a $50,000 LAN event.
Oh, that's brilliant. Makes a massive difference. And for KOLESIE, it feels like slowly losing morale here. I don't want to be jumping the gun making the statement like this, but a lot of these rounds have been flat.
I mean, Mirage has been a very flat map for them, yeah. And I'd say they would agree with you, probably. It's a bit disappointing, isn't it? After the first couple of rounds on Dust 2, it felt like as a team they were on a different level. It felt like Friend as an individual was on a different level. But now we get to see the result when he's not going nuclear. It's not like he's doing it particularly... I mean, he's not having a great game, but he's not doing worse than his teammates, right? He's just doing as much as everyone else on the team is. And they're getting destroyed.
And it's not only what we've seen today from KOLESIE and what they've done from the first map, it's what we've seen from them on the group stage, right? So much promise. Undefeated, unfaulted, not dropping a map against a team with some very difficult opponents. Friend finding first contact. Unfortunately, he's not the one delivering the bullets on his opponents. Receives a dink to the face. Touched by Molly, down to 5 HP, and here is Exist trying to make it work for KOLESIE. Adron, though, and Dima, Chocardo, all of them finding their picks. Glotchu is in a very lonely world right now, even though his guns have friends. 2 dualies. plenty of bullets to try and go about this, but the angles that are thrown into the mix by HYPERSPIRIT are just too much.
These 3v5s are just going to be haunting them up until the end of time, by the way. They get the first couple of kills. It looks like the defense is going to be nice. Then the split comes in. A bunch of players jump out of the apartments and towards the cars. And then the Gooshes just start raining all over them. Goosh there. Goosh to the left and to the right. And the moment that you, I guess, receive that first bullet from the clock, you know you're going down. You know you're not getting anything more done until the end of the round. That was the opportunity. They will run it with the force buy. That's a last measure of attempt, or of an attempt. Triple MP9, one Desert Eagle, a scout for a friend. Running an automatic A stack, and they have lost their only player in towards B to ASTRAL. Oof. I think they've committed. No one's rotating back B in this round. The moment that ASTRAL goes out on the B bomb side, if he does, he's just going to call back his entire team. KOLESIE's just hoping that they overthink it.
Well, if we're still talking about the Goosh potential of HYPERSPIRIT, Goosh got himself dimmers over in Palace, trying to play the lurk game himself. Bit of a 1-3-1 setup for HYPERSPIRIT, maintaining that mid pressure.
Yeah. You're not seeing anything. In a round like this, you need to send one player on a bomb side to just scout, right? Just sacrifice a MAC-10. Send it out, see if there's anyone, and then you can make a call. 45 seconds. It's lining up to be a B play. This is what you need. You need Raga to just walk through that smoke and see if he spots anything. The moment that he gets tagged down from the A bomb side, you just go B. You know it's not a B stack anymore.
Yeah, so Raga not turning into sacrificial lamb.
And he's heard the scout as well. He's confirmed the whereabouts of 2 players, and now they know it's free.
And he's got a very pivotal position in case KOLESIE change their mind and go for the push. But it feels like they know that the chances of them getting something done here is more than slim. This one's got to hurt for KOLESIE. But it does look like HYPERSPIRIT are going to make this blow a quick one. Even chasing to deny the SMGs or any sort of weaponry available here for KOLESIE is massive for HYPERSPIRIT. They're sending the MAC-10s for the chase, which you cannot blame, right? The whole point of KOLESIE trying to group up together onto his site is to see if you can, you know, in the best case scenario, they jump into you and you've got a bit of a solid hold going on, a bit of a fortress. In the worst case scenario, you save with most of your players. Neither has happened.
No, they've gotten the worst out of both worlds. It's like the anti-Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana?
Not a great situation.
No, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
Mana Fontana.
Sure, that's Mana Fontana for you. You get the worst of both worlds.
Go to the show,
you lose all your guns, and you're going to burn. No, that goes very
Not
dark
very Disney
quick.
Channel friendly, is it?
Hmm?
Not very Disney Channel friendly.
Well, we're not there.
No. Ooh.
Bomb dropped.
AK could be collected if they play for a deep push. Exist is
Raga.
moving in with ASTRAL.
Hello.
Yeah, dear, Raga. And he's just toying with Exist. So ASTRAL gets the timing to jump in. It's getting from bad to worse for KOLESIE.
They cannot really lose around, can they? I'm pretty convinced at this point. No matter what they do, no matter how they play a situation, they just always find a way back on Mirage.
How about that? Wiping off the mouse pad.
Yeah, this would be such a massive opportunity for HYPERSPIRIT. I know we're going to have the same conversation about a lot of these teams, but HYPERSPIRIT is not usually a team that plays a lot of these LAN events. I mean, as an organization, HYPERSPIRIT has played 8 LAN events in its history, right? 5 of them Draculans, one of them a BC Game Masters Championship Season 1, which was also in Bucharest, one JAXI League Showdown 2024, also in Romania. They played only one LAN event, which was not in Romania, and that was the Roman Imperium Cup 4, and that was also this year. So they've never really played a LAN event that's had a $50,000 prize pool outside of Romania. This is a massive step for the team. Or it could be.
Catalonia.
Of course, they're not really qualifying if they win this game, but they're giving themselves 2 opportunities in best of 3, so making a very important step.
Increases their chances tenfold.
Yeah.
KOLESIE being a little bit quieter this time around, and Innocent being sneaky in apartments. It's going to cause some issues. Hadron, nice pre-fire. So the tables have been evened up quickly. Scales, at least. Friend wins his individual duel over to the A side, but the important one is here on B. Exist can't hold his ground long enough, but at least someone's got his back. A 2v2 seems fathomable, doable for KOLESIE. And Adron losing his life has put Rag on the back for AWP in hand. Ooh. Misses the first shot, and that will be his downfall. KOLESIE answering before it's too late.
I mean, it might be too late already, but at least they're prolonging the inevitable. That's what it feels like. Unfortunate miss out of Raga, but this is still a very long road to get back. 12-4. There's plenty of cash on the T side for another rebuy, and you need 8 rounds in a row.
Not as easy of a buy.
Yeah, but they have the open D8. Well, you are right. Yeah, they've got 2 pistols in the mix, but it's still fine. And they've got so many rounds to work with.
Sure.
Not saying they're incapable of letting this one slip, but...
True. I mean, we've seen HYPERSPIRIT win with just Eagles, so... Well, pistols
I'm talking about HYPERSPIRIT. I'm not saying that they're incapable of letting this entire lead slip.
No, you're fair. Yeah, fair. It goes both ways. Win it with a lower buy or lose it with a greater buy. You know, it's... Goes both ways. Now, you look at it.
He's so quick.
Bialani is looking no more. Gets his eyes ripped off.
Yeah, they will pick up the ult from top middle as well. Raga lost that in the initial fight against Friend. And Friend has moved away. So you don't have that ult to worry about in towards middle anymore. That's been posted in towards the B apartments. Bomb still dropped in ramp. So this will be an A play here for HYPERSPIRIT. Demon's not moved away from Palace. Innocent should stay under. Exist doesn't really have a quick rotation back. Cloxu's being hurt. Demon knows that there's a player jump spotting in towards Ticket. If he just peeks and takes his head off, that puts a lot of pressure onto Innocent. Oh no.
That is huge from star players. Innocent able to convert on his position, but he's given away his angle, which Andron is going to try and shut down. Low on health and finally done by Torcados as Deagle. The drop from Palace supersedes. And now KOLESIE trying to play catch-up. Friend is keeping the far distant angle, but it doesn't feel like HYPERSPIRIT are going to peak it anytime soon. Exist needs to do most of the heavy lifting. A couple of low players, but somehow not connecting on any of them. That is a rough world to live in for Exist. A rough reality for KOLESIE, going down 2-0, but a 13-4 is something to commend HYPERSPIRIT about.
It's such a big performance out of HYPERSPIRIT. One of the teams that were struggling to make it out of the group stage as well. One of the teams that had to play 3 mappers, overtimes. We weren't really sure whether we were going to see them win a 13-5 or get 5-13. Well, they go into today, into the play-ins, and they get a win onto arguably the most solid team after the group stage. And in such a convincing fashion. It is very impressive.
Oh, it's very, very impressive. I mean, coming into this one, like you said, second seed out of their group, you know, they had some difficulties, you know, making it through, but they did it. So now they had another chance, you know, bright, new, clean slate. And they were dealing up against the KOLESIE. That wasn't very easy to deal with, especially on that first map, Dust 2, right? You had Friend that was firing out of his mind, that were playing very disruptive, but kept their cool, stayed calm, went through it, got through the paces, started getting more comfortable. And now, you know, the way that it unfolded on Mirage, it looked like a completely different story. They were controlling every single situation, reading how KOLESIE were responding, winning most of the entry fights. It was just a one-team show.
Yeah, and now KOLESIE have lost back-to-back best-of-3s for the first time since 7 weeks ago, right? And they do play quite a lot of officials, so this is a new thing for them. And for HYPERSPIRIT, this is the first time they've gotten back-to-back wins in best-of-3s since a month ago when they took down the Hashiras and AIM Club. So we're looking at a lot of things changing here for both these teams going into the play-ins. Joker out with a big performance, same for Dematron. It was really a team effort coming out of the side of HYPERSPIRIT. That's the thing. If KOLESIE had won map number 1, and we would have said, well, they probably would have lost it if it wasn't for Friend, right? There isn't that type of a vibe when it comes down to the second map for the side of HYPERSPIRIT, and not with the entire series. I feel like it was very solid showing. Obviously, you did have a lot of heroic moments coming out of Demo with the Deke primarily, and I thought he had a great series, one of the best ones we've seen out of him in a while. But this was the face of HYPERSPIRIT that some teams should probably be afraid of.
100%. I think HYPERSPIRIT can be very happy with what they've done here for this match, and like we already alluded to, have got a couple more matches in store for them that they only need to win one. They lose the first one, they get a second chance in the lower bracket, and that would solidify a ticket to Barcelona. People get very annoyed when you don't pronounce it like a Brit. Yeah, here we are, and I'm here to annoy you, folks. We'll be back to annoy you in a short time. A break will come through, and then we've got another match in store for you here in the play-ins of the closed qualifiers of the LORGAR rankings.
Minutes as well. Well,
is there a chance we play quicker? Did they try? Hello, beautiful people. Welcome your faces back to the LORGAR rankings. We are still on our way in the close qualifiers, trying to see which teams can make it to the LAN in Barcelona. One match in of the day, so we've got one more left for you fine folks at home. Inner Circle Academy versus Unity up next.
Yeah, well, I am pretty sure, ladies and gents, that you can hear both myself and Pavlos right now, but we cannot hear each other. Well, we are back now. Now, the good thing is, all of that audio thingy that just happened, it happened just for us. It didn't happen for you. So you did hear the introduction out of Pavlos, and we can keep it going with the second game of the day. Yeah, that was a bit of a Discord mishap. That was a little bit funky. But hey, you know what? We're here to watch Counter-Strike, Pavlos, so everything's all right.
Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's Gucci. And look, we've already saw Inner Circle Academy appear on the screens. I feel like we're speed running this. And Unity also in here. A lot of, familiar names over from the check-in scene. A lot of, strong shooters, I feel, coming in from all sorts of directions that I feel like, we're a big surprise dropping to that lower bracket over in the group stage. We thought we'd be able to see them come out first from their group, but it took them a little longer. God, this is a quick session. We're into the Vita already.
No, it's very rapid. It's very rapid. Inferno is the best map of Unity. Inner Circle Academy permaban though, which gives them a massive advantage going into the Veto. Nuke is the permaban for the side of Unity, but Inner Circle Academy don't really play it, so it doesn't really make a difference. Dust2 is a very expected pick out of the side of Inner Circle Academy. They like it. Unity doesn't like it. Mirage, both teams like, so Inner Circle might have a potential for a 2-0. And then if we go to a third and final map, again, Inner Circle Academy have been playing better lately, so the results and the stats are naturally going to be better for them. So all in all, advantage when it comes down to the Veto for Inner Circle Academy. That was quick enough?
That was very quick. I don't know if they've even caught up to all the information. That was very impressive. But I'll continue talking that quickly as well, trying to break down the action for the first map of this. No, I won't. I'm kidding. Dust2 being the first map, we can start our discussions here. You're right. I feel like I caught on to a little bit of what you were trying to say there in terms of form, in terms of streaks. Well, Dust2 is one where, Unity have had a bit of a harder time, right? I feel like it's one of those situations where it's been a while since they've been able to get a win, to be exact. It's been since January, right, against Maz and XT. So it's been a bit of a harder time generally.
Yeah, I feel like the side of Unity, all in all, have shown us a little bit in order to, in a high quality way, I guess, raise our hopes a bit. I think this is what the best of 3 against the Basement Boys did, especially that's what it did to me at the end of the group stage, right? It was a very nice and clean 2-0. We got to see a great performance out of Kefida, out of some of the other individuals. All in all, though, consistency has been lacking a bit for this NeoFrag-led team. Also, we were kind of trying to address some of the clashes when it comes down to roles, the fact that Morisco needs to be a little bit more of a supportive element. There's probably a little bit of pressure on this team, knowing all these names. Hello, Kefida. I hope you've been having a good day.
You probably said he was there.
Yeah. Mikey's not giving us any attention.
No, he's turned his back to us. There's 2 keyboards there. That's fun.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you've got Inner Circle Academy, right? These guys have been playing very, very surprisingly pleasant to watch Counter-Strike.
And out of nowhere, really, as well.
Yeah. I think it really was out of nowhere because for a lot of these guys, they weren't really playing professional Counter-Strike, even in the tier 3 space as of last year, right? Obviously, some of them did have a career before joining Inner Circle Academy. Maybe 1 or 2 of them had any HLTV games at all, but they're all teenagers. They're all very young. Norfs, for example, is just 16 years old, and he was one of the most impressive ones. Obviously, you've got guys like 3Poch, who's 20, and he's played a little bit of Counter-Strike. Well, when I say he's the most experienced one, he's been playing since the start of 2024, basically, on a higher level, right? So this is a team of teenagers that know how to play good Counter-Strike. They know how to shoot very, very hard as well, is what we learned over the course of the last couple of weeks watching them play against ESC and Mix, and a team that has not played any officials since the group stage here at the LORGAR ranking season 1. So they have been preparing, and they've known for quite a while that they will be playing against Unity. I'm interested to see who will have the better prep going into this, because I feel like regardless of Inner Circle Academy being a bunch of very, I guess, shooting reliant guys, they do have a set structure and they are trying to play very logical Counter-Strike, which is also nice to see, and always nice to see as well out of an Academy team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how this one goes, folks, as we're jumping straight into the game here. Dust 2 is where things get started. Of course, Mirage and Overpass will be played. Well, Overpass is not a will, but could be if there is a 1-on-1 situation on our hands. But let's see how things go here. This is up. Well, basically, 2 wins required in this closed qualifier play-ins. And that is 2 series wins, and you're into the LAN. If you lose one to the lower bracket, not the end of the world, but from there on out, you are up for elimination.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough once you go down to the lower bracket. Also, of course, you need to win 2 best-of-3s in order to qualify for Barcelona. So, yeah, getting one of them in your first game is also nice. Very slow pistol. They're trying to fake an A play, and as of right now, Unity are buying into it. Woozy is smelling something, and he's going back towards middle. Well, actually, he rotated away, and now Morisco's been dealt with. Bomb should be able to get planted.
Should be.
Oh,
but not without his difficulties. Woozy.
Oh, God.
Oh, come on. He's just taking over. Dooley's doing their thing. Mikey playing it up aggressive. Nice trying to turn the favor back towards his opponents, but what is going on here? This is so crazy. Flip-flop round. But neofrag makes quick work of the final 2. This was an absolute pandemonium of a round.
Yeah, a little bit of disappointment on the face of 3Poch, and it's probably a little bit expected. This was a weird pistol. You get the 1-for-1 refrag onto Morisco, but then Woozy's close enough to win the first fight onto Dichka. Then he can run down the second player with the bomb, and then Nice and 3Poch are able to find 2 kills out of nowhere. But neofrag comes out with a big 1-2. No bomb plant, meaning no force. There was a lot of aggressive, I guess, handling of economy in the first game of the day, right? I don't feel like we did see a team not too forced in the second round. I think all of them were just going for it straight away. Inner Circle Academy showing some diligence, I guess. Restraint. A little bit of patience. Yeah. Restraint, self-control.
Mikey could be in for a hard time here. Or he could be in for a fun time. Just the one. Woozy doubles up and needs to be careful, though, not to go down to the pistols. And indeed, is having a little bit of difficulty on the USP. Kifida, not the best weapon on distance, and all of a sudden, Inner Circle might have an opportunity. Orchka alone. Gets a little bit surprised by neofrag jumping up so quickly onto the site. So Unity able to avert the crisis, but still damage inflicted.
This is a very good eco round. You get 3 kills in a bomb plant. You'll take this any day of the week. It was a little bit weird how the fight-ins were short and raveled. I mean, it was just five pistols jumping out of smoke, and they were able to still get a bunch of kills. A lot of players punished. A couple M4s that they need to reinvest into. One of the conversations we were having about Unity throughout the group stage, and I think we're going to keep going with it. We are expecting this team to be so stacked firepower-wise. Well, it is very stacked, but we're expecting this to be one of the toughest teams to beat on maps like Inferno, obviously, because the Czechoslovakian teams have always loved that map, but maps like Mirage, like Dust 2, they need to be very competitive, even if they're playing against teams like Inner Circle Academy. It feels like a bit of a must when you have so many star players.
It's like you said, it's a bit of that role reversal situation. Woozy, that now with the double pick.
This is what it should look like, you know? And Woozy's probably the last person you're looking at when we say star players. I mean, it's Kafita because he's the support, but Woozy's the second. You've got Morisco, Neo, Mikey. Just call him Neo, by the way, instead of neofrag.
Yeah,
that's how close we are.
We all knew you were talking about.
Yeah, that's how close we are. That's we be buddies like that.
Buddies like that.
Never seen him actually.
It seems like a good time. So Inner Circle Academy having a little bit of a rough time early doors in the round. Losing more players than they're actually taking down themselves, but the B push could be a shout. Thing is, neofrag could also turn his attention towards mid and cause some more damage. Mikey, the timing is important here, and I think he's just missed out on it. He can hear the approach. Morisco goes down, so Mikey has to turn his attention towards mid, and that is the round. turned on its head.
Very weird. Players standing on top of the box when Mikey's on the bomb side. It didn't really feel like they were on the same page how they wanted to play it. Neofrag and Kefita still going to give this retake a go, though. They've got a defuse kit. That one's on Kefita. Neofrag with the Uto. Might have to take some of the attention away.
Thing is, Nice Young on the other side of the box are not quite visible to Kefita, at least early. No, he took a wider stance to it. Finally shown. HG onto Dykers. Late to Neofrag. Throws in a couple bullets on the head to go with it.
He's not even going to let Kefita get on the defuse. He's like, I've got 10 seconds. I'm going to stick it. You can get the hell out of here. It's a successful 2v3 retake, or 2v2, sorry. Very late one as well. Flash comes out. They looked very convinced that both CTs would be coming out of middle. There's the replay of the weird situation Mariska was in. Great work coming out of Kefita and Neofrag to clutch it up, though. A 3-0 lead with the bomb plant and the kills. The full buy will be coming out of the T side, with a couple of galils as well included, obviously.
All at the same time, in a circle. I mean, they've kept these rounds close, so it's not far-fetched to say that they could break Unity's economy quickly. It's important that they've been able to muster up another buy here. Uzi unable to convert the first one, but Kefita adds their reinforcement. Means this hold is a lot more substantial than Inner Circle Academy were hoping for.
Got the kill on Mikey, though. That opens a bit of a gap. Kefita will use these smokes to get out of pit. Oh, this is an interesting reposition. Yeah, he's trying to look for a favorable fight. Neofrag running out of ammo. Weird stuff.
A lot of weird stuff. Mariska trying to avert it from all going astray. But instead of Inner Circle Academy committing to a B crunch through mid, they want to take the safer route through tunnels.
Yeah, this is the right decision, right? You can just leave one of these players in towards middle to control the rotations.
Look at Dachka.
You know B is going to be empty, even if Kefita gets that kill. I mean, the bomb's just going to be planted. Thing is, they're both low on HP. So if the CTs want to go for the retake, it's not implausible, but I think Uzi's already called the safe. Well, never mind. Kefita's going. They're going to give it a go. 3-Poch is actually quite far away. He needs to start getting a little bit closer.
But Woozy's not budging. Finally making a move, finding a kit on the way. 3-Poch joining.
They know where he is.
Molly on the ball, has revealed it all. Smoke can get on it, but the
I think they've done
goes to Kefita. This is close. But just in time to fuse. Barely a second to spare.
Yeah, these rounds are getting very, very tight, very chaotic on the retakes and towards the B-bomb side. If you're in their Circle Academy, you probably feel like you've been hard done, but by yourself, right? The Molotov on top of the bomb just gives away the whereabouts of the second player, last box player as well, just isolated. It feels like they're playing all of these retakes in towards B all alone, right? They're allowing Unity to isolate them. A 3 versus 2, the long push. Good work out of Kefita once again. These retakes in towards B working out because of him. He was one of the people that had massive impact in that final game that did help them qualify for the play-ins against the side of Basement Boys as well, right? Kefita playing one of the best series we've seen out of him, a 33 and 17 over the course of 2 maps, 143 rating with a plus 4.45% swing. Usually not the numbers that you get to see out of a support player.
Definitely not. Impressive stuff. But it's so many close rounds. In the Circle Academy, still able to enforce something of a buy, but it's going to start to hurt not being able to convert these.
If anything, it's just a little bit frustrating. You probably do realize winning 1 or 2 consecutive rounds resets the CT side economy fully. So you're still in the game. It's just started. You've lost a bunch of clutches, a bunch of retakes that you shouldn't have. It's more about targeting how are we losing these situations, which we should be converting more often than not. Nice swing. Makes it difficult for Uzi to connect. Up spotted now. They could try and scale through the smoke in towards short. They've heard Mikey drop as well, and they know Uzi's mid side. Where do they want to go with this? They don't have a single flash. This is going to be an issue. Triple smoke, one Molotov. They've been mollied again, and this is after they've deployed the smoke, so they might have to go through this, and they don't have anything to push the upper back with. They might have to go back into a mid to B play.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Neofrag trying to get ahead of the curve. And together with Morisco, they'll form a line of defense impenetrable by IC Academy. So, 3Poch now tries to reconnect with his teammate Norse. But it's all over because there's just no time. You can't really catch up to the remaining Unity players. Again, one round in which Unity are one step ahead.
I feel like this is probably the cleanest one so far, even though they do have 2 players alive, which has been the case for the last 2. But this time around, it felt a lot more comfortable, didn't it? It felt like they didn't get faked out by the util. Their utility on the CT side was very well timed in towards short as well, regardless of that kill onto the upper Boozy. Morisco and Neofrag just leaving the B bomb side at the same time. Both of them locked in towards middle. The moment that they drop the bomb and they get those 3 kills, round was over. And a first tactical timeout, I believe, for the side of Inner Circle Academy. Unity have entered that Dust 2 in probably the best way we've seen them enter a Dust 2 map in a while. And in case you're wondering what that means, well, quite basically, it means that they've lost 4 in a row and they've not picked up double digits in these 4 maps on a single one of them. 9-13 Mana, 8-13 Bondi, 7-13 WW, and 6-13 Bedclick are the last 4 Dust 2s of Unity. So they've already won more than half the rounds that they have in the best Dust 2 map that they've played in the last 4. It's a good sign. A lot of clutching needed, a lot of retakes, but they're still getting the rounds on the board.
Neofrag so deep into mid. And Inner Circle Academy do not have a clue. They'll figure it a bit too delayed. And with Mikey also joining in at the right time as they're trying to close the distance up against his teammate. It's the best case scenario for Unity. And then another player coming into the matter to make things worse. Complete crunching.
Looking very sharp. The moment that you see Neofrag make a move like that, and this was on the back of a tactical timeout from Inner Circle Academy. I know it's a half buy, but it's just very disappointing to lose a round like this, because initially you were getting onto the bomb side, making them close, and I know this is a half buy, but you're just getting outmaneuvered in a round like this. Makes you feel a little bit more frustrated, and now you've allowed the CTs to build up a substantially decent economy. It's not the best one ever, but would still be enough for 1 or 2 reinvestments. 3Poch is very quick up short. Are they ready? I don't think they are. Nope.
Surprise.
I'm not sure who the second player in towards middle was, but they were just not looking.
Yeah, Inner Circle Academy weren't quite ready to convert on this either, so Unity have had time to get into the site themselves. Doesn't matter though, when North gets entries like that, Kiffer's going to have to wave the white flag, at least on that engagement, turn his attention towards Daichka. But still a lot more to be done, and you can see the patience from Daichka here. Kiffer walking right into him, which nets the end of this round.
Yeah, this is just a mistiming. It's a misplay. I'm not sure if it was Morisco or Woozy or just a miscom for the side of Unity, right? Because there was no mid-smoke whatsoever, but they were still not looking towards middle. They just didn't think that without mid-utility, anyone would run up short like this. It's not replicable to win a round like that, but
fair.
It's a very good gap to abuse and find if you're 3Poch.
And also a nice line to cross for Inner Circle Academy, a line that they haven't been able to cross so far.
Terrorists win.
All right, the man that won the round, celebrating in the end. There's the replay. Neofrag just completely oblivious to the idea there could be a rifle up short on minute 40, and you can't really blame him for it. First time Unity have been caught off guard with their pants down. Now, can you do that again? Probably not the same thing, but can you double up? Can you build up on top of that first round? Because Unity are still in a good situation. This time a lot more cautious in towards middle. Lower setup.
Neofrag gets there quicker. Lightsgang a little bit eager to get deep into mid and help the team explode
Ooh.
out.
He's out. That's massive.
Even through the flames. Ooh. Mikey goes down. But thankfully for Unity, there is an extra player here, and that name is Woozy. Warping duties.
Oh, he's going for more. I love the dedicated angle. He's got the support of Neofrag as well, who's already climbed in towards the new box and up short. Actually,
Has he dropped a CT?
I think he's playing anti-flash on the wall. Yeah,
Oh, he is, yeah.
that's a good setup. Morisco's just forfeited B, which is fine. They probably don't make their out on pure contact, and they're laser focused on middle. Thing is, these short players will have to get a little bit more active. Neofrag
That's exactly what he's doing.
might be able to catch a time in the Nisha.
Active is his middle name, but dead is how he'll end up. 3 versus 3 now, and anything can happen. In the Circle Academy, breaking into B and finally Morisco turning his attention towards it, but he's given up all that space already. He cannot make the move through doors. So purely off of contact outside of tunnel, smoke to permit the cross, but off the HE, smoke breakaway. It's nice to get themselves a pick. With that pick comes the round.
Yeah, it felt like they were in a very good position, but you probably wanted to be a little bit more active on the long side of things. You had 3 people in towards the right-hand side, right? So Neofrag's pushing, Oper's far behind. Neofrag goes down and doesn't see anybody else bar that one player that kills him. So I guess they thought after the kill on Neofrag they would commit A, but it doesn't really make sense for him to be aggressive unless he's got backup, right? So it's a bit of a giveaway for Inner Circle Academy. Kefida wanted to make sure they wouldn't split A late, I guess, and go through long. But there was no one in there, and Morisco put in a pretty much impossible position all alone. And now you've got that second round. Dichka will go down to the bomb, but the money on the CT side is slowly dwindling away. They still have one more buy in the tank, I believe. But this is starting to look a little bit more like it for Inner Circle Academy.
Sure. Slowly gaining steam.
I
Confidence
feel
on
like
the
in the
exits.
rounds that they're getting, you can clearly identify what Unity could have done better, and they probably can do that as well, right? So this is interesting. An interesting way to look at it.
Deep nade. Not deep enough.
This one's great.
But it's a slow peak coming in from IC Academy. Ooh, and Neofrag doesn't anticipate it for the life of him. An explosive push, and Unity caught with pants down.
Yeah, this one just comes down to hitting the shots, right? Neofrag needs to get at least 1 kill from that position. Morisco lets them out on the initial encounter. Neofrag couldn't get a thing. Morisco goes for the rephase, but gets just 1 kill. It just comes down to connecting. Just comes down to aim. The moment that they decide not to deploy that util straight away. And honestly, this is one of the reminders, I guess, if you're playing against a team like that, like Inner Circle Academy. These guys can shoot. They might be inexperienced. They might be looking a little bit silly at times. Maybe they can lose advantageous situations, but these guys can shoot. You let them play on contact. You let them play simple pack-based Counter-Strike. They're going to be very difficult to crack. And when I say very difficult, I mean it.
I mean, we've been witnesses to how difficult they can be to crack, right? Over in the group stage, we already said it was quite a big surprise the way that they were performing, but they were one of the top performers. It definitely felt like it.
I mean,
And they had
number
no
one
easy
seed.
way getting here. They shut down one of the favorites, ESC, to get here.
Yeah, it was a very weird game out of ESC, but Inner Circle definitely looked like the better team. Guys like Nice, like Lice Young, like Dichka were on show in that series, and even Mix KS as well, right? It was a very
Big team.
clean series that they won against them. These guys can play good Counter-Strike. And you can't let them in. Now, first tactical timeout for Unity as well. Time for Replay to join in. Again, enough money because of the save being successful. And that's a quick reminder to everyone at home that this entire event is presented to you by LORGAR. And ready to play is LORGAR software. You can go and check it out, the platform. And also sign up to the special giveaway we're hosting for the LORGAR Rankings viewers. You've got over 30 products that could be won, including a racing cockpit.
And a gaming desk.
Yeah, but the racing...
which is basically a PC.
Yeah.
As well. That's crazy.
Yeah, the racing cockpit is my favorite. I know what PC is. I know a PC giving a PC away is mental, but I already have a PC, so the racing cockpit is one thing that I've been romanticizing about. Sadly, we can't win.
Sad. Next time, I think we need to negotiate in our contracts to be part of that giveaway.
I think we'd be shown the door.
Probably.
Yeah.
You guys can take advantage of it either way. Woozy. Oh, there was a chance for a collateral there. I didn't expect it would be 3-potch to get caught from that. Instead, Lies Young is able to be alive and well through the smoke. That is interesting. Really taking a step back, but here we go. Surprise, surprise. Mikey, thankfully, for his teammate is there. So equally traded, but IC Academy look to rapidly approach the site. 3 players
they know
strong.
Where Mikey is.
They do indeed. But how does he respond? Excellently. A double kill, Modown. Nice. Now has to deal with 2. But they know what gun he's on, so they won't take the aggressive stance against him, considering he would be slowly peeking onto this. Now needs to be rapid and aggressive with his shooting. Doesn't know where the second player is, which provides enough time for Mikey to come in a tremendous hold by Mikey.
He didn't realize Mikey was alone for such a long time, right? He thought the second player would be a little bit closer and towards CT spawn or short, and he was actually going around the world and towards long. So he did have that 1v1. It's a big round coming out of Mikey. Wanted to line up and play on that high-low with Kefita. Ends up with a 4-piece. A big breaking round for the economy of the side of Inner Circle Academy as well. Might be this one. And this is 7 on the board for Unity. You get 8. You can start dreaming for a 9-3 half on the map pick of your opponents. Careful with the pace. Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Okay,
well,
that's how
mind.
quickly things change.
They're not winning 9 rounds, yeah.
No. They might only stick to 7. 8 could be a possibility, especially with 3 players remaining alive by the end. But, yeah, IC Academy, I feel like that's something we noticed from the other time we saw them play, right? They are very capable of switching up the pace moment to moment.
I mean, they're the type of a team that's always going to hit you with the occasional bomb side hit very, very early into a round, right? Especially when things are not working out on the T side. They somehow decide, hey, you know what? We're just going to group up, go in, shoot hard, catch them off guard, win the round.
AK run it down, but successfully.
Yeah, basically. They know how to get low.
With a flow. And play
with my bro.
Okay, I'm out of it.
Making the dough?
Making the dough.
No, getting the dough.
Ah.
Yeah.
Singing do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Yo.
I was gonna say walking around the street saying yo.
Good, I'm not the only one thinking in that direction. A horrible direction. But let's focus.
Oh,
the
I broke
direction in
my
which this game is
car's
going.
rim because I drove through a hole. Yeah.
Getting
Didn't
further.
quite hit.
Getting further.
Real story though.
Oh, that, oh, that's tough.
Ooh.
And you know what's tough? This. Neofrag getting a double, but there is a quick follow-up from IC Academy. Ditchka knowing there's a potential long push, which is exactly what he's paying attention towards, but no one is winning it. No one, it's just an eternal head-to-head.
Look at Mikey. Mikey has a very good timing. He needs to push through the smoke. There's a ton of smoke in front of him. Kefita will get that kill into Ditchka. They shouldn't be ready for Mikey.
That's the one. Nice turns around on time, so the trade is there, but 2 versus 1 required, and they are miles away. They have to sprint.
They both have the fuse kills. They need to play this one together, and Woozy needs to be the second one going in. Low HP, they need to switch guns. Gotta go.
Guns low. That's Kifida looking to step in first with the AWP. Molly onto the side itself, but that's how Kifida draws. Woozy taking the wider angle. That Molly ended up hurting them a little bit, but as they have the kit, it will not be an issue. Unity to recover yet another retake. Plenty successful, quite a handful in that half, and 8 is deserved by the end of that one.
That was a little bit funny, by the way, because this was their own Molotov. That could have stopped
Right.
them from defusing the bomb technically, but they're still able to get it over the line, so everything's good. Always well when it ends well. You get the 8 for the end of halftime. It is a good lead to have, especially on the opponent's map pick, especially on a map that you're usually struggling with quite a lot. Another good double kill coming out of Neofrag. It just feels like whenever someone gets a multi-kill in towards B out of Marisco and Neofrag, the other one can't do it, right? One of them has a good round, the other one just dies without a kill. Some way, somehow, if they could both combine, it would be perfect. It would be magnificent. Xbox smoke used for the pistol.
Thing is, Ted, sure, Unity have had a decent first half, but it's on the T side that they tend to fall flat. I mean, if you look at it historically.
Sure.
So we need to see if they're able to bounce back from that trend that they've created for themselves.
Well, they are walking into a 3-man B stack, so this is going to be a trial by fire.
And that fire goes by nearly blind gun.
All right.
Who he himself is not invulnerable to the flames. North's
Hold
good
on.
for the one, but not much more than that.
Hold on.
Mike is joined in on the party. Nice trying to make something of this, but it's a one-on-one duel. This game is so close. So many close rounds, but
God.
having more bullets does end up helping Mikey.
He doesn't even get tagged down. Yeah, look at him looking at his mouse. He's like, why did I need such a long time to get that kill? What the hell is going on? Are you working? Are you there? Is anyone on the phone? What's going on? Well, I can tell you what's going on. You've just won the second half pistol round, and from here on out, it feels like you might be putting an end to that negative dust2 streak. You go into the stack, you get all the kills. Hell, the impactful pistol out of Mikey as well.
So that's already increasing the stats for Unity on the T side. They've always had rough pistols too. Tripoch moving up closely. The deagle at this distance can be quite deadly. It's a triple peak from Unity. Make that a quadruple, pentuple peak from Unity. That whoever faces it from IC Academy, aka Inner Circle Academy, will get mowed down.
Baby.
Yeah, that's basically what Unity are able to take care of.
I mean, they are technically babies, right? Because they're young.
Sure.
So it is Ice Baby. But this baby's melting. The ice is cracking.
This baby's melting. Oh, honey, our baby's supposed to do that.
Hey, man.
Yeah, the
you know
baby's
what?
melting. It's what? Yeah, it's melting. Yeah.
Maybe it's a baby snowman. We talk about
It's a
that.
baby snowman.
Snow baby.
Maybe it's Jack from The Incredibles.
Yeah.
That'd be more
Jack
likely.
can do it all. I wouldn't be
He
surprised
can do
if he could.
anything.
Yeah.
He can go in flames. He can melt. He could become the gremlin.
A
I
monster.
don't know.
Yeah. Ooh.
This
That's
is huge from Three Punch.
sneaky. Bomb drop.
This is scary.
Bomb drop. They've got no clue.
Not expected, and it's a deep angle as well for Thripuch. But they're just toying with him. Now there's more. Bachko arrives.
Hello.
Yeah, that's the bomb. Lied in front of the hands of Thripuch. And he doesn't mind this at all. He's calling the rest of the cavalry to arrive. New objective for IC Academy. Don't defend the sites, defend the bomb.
Yeah, they've got 5 people around middle and around the drop bomb. Mikey's still turning around in disbelief. Just waiting for Marisco to get a little bit closer. Uzi's on B. Now, Uzi might be able to actually make pretty early contact with Lice Young. It's actually going to be the op of Nice. Nice flash. Nice flash.
Works, eventually.
Right.
Not entirely
That was
impossible.
funny.
The smoke will form once again. Morisco can't account for the deeper angle. IC Academy having a little bit too much available to them. So good first buy round for Inner Circle. Solid stuff. Nice idea from Nice to push up mid.
Yeah, this is a good switch up in the approach of the CT side. And this is what we were talking about, right? Whenever they struggle, they seem to always have that type of very aggressive play to pull out of nowhere. Go for something a bit more interesting. A great sequence coming out of Nice on the big green. Yeah. He's one of these people that you're probably going to be excited about when it comes down to this team, right? 19 years of age. You also have Norths, who's a bit of an anchor slash lurker, but he's still the second highest rated player on the team. Always exciting to see a player like this, especially when he's just 16 years of age.
Nice nade.
Ooh, failed the nade. Yeah.
So what now? Unity have taken up a bit of long control.
Yeah, a bit of a slower default. The CTs are looking to refight long because they have dropped middle right now. Ooh.
Oof, smoke fades a little too early. Neofrag doesn't realize, gets caught by it.
Issue is he was alone, right? So now they re-clear alone, but Neofrag doesn't see too many people, right? I think he saw, what, 1, 2 guys there? They are trying to take a little bit of space in towards middle, but actually, they've left B. It's wide open. This is a 5-man right-hand side stack. This is mental out of Inner Circle Academy.
The very fact that Woozy is able to flash through short does keep players more busy, but third pot here is going to be a menace. Shots fired. They now know. Woozy paying attention to the top of mid. So he's going to be a linchpin in this round.
That's so weird.
Eyes on Woozy.
Do they just like playing the 5v3 retake? They... Oh,
surprise.
Knife out.
They never
That's
knew.
A mistake. Yeah, Woozy can just hightail it for the tunnels now. In a 3 versus 4, you have all the chances to actually hold on to the bomb side.
No util though, so it's going to have to be a clean hold for Unity. It's really hard to do given the plethora available to Inner Circle. That molly's an issue, so no smoke to hide away from Mikey. He will go down with a ship.
Hold on.
But that's Kipida taking up the mantle. A double, and he might even go in for more, and that's exactly what he'll do. The showstopper, Kipida, here to show us how it's done.
They just waited for the molly. Molly lands, and then everyone gets ready, and they're like, guys, we're fighting this one together. If I peek and I die alone, even if I get 1 kill, it's absolutely pointless. What a legal steal that is out of Unity. It's the MTB bomb side that ends up costing them. It's Norris pulling his knife out that ends up costing them, and it's Kipida getting that triple kill out of nowhere that ends up costing them the round.
Not entirely backbreaking for Inner Circle Academy, but Unity have now created a mountain that has to be crossed. And show they are resilient even in the moments that seem to be in Inner Circle's domain. And it's that overcoming of situations that could put them in a very prosperous position in the series. Mirage still up, right? Unity's map pick. They still have yet to play that, and they potentially could be 1 map up.
It really could be. Another B play, by the looks of things. It's been a very slow, very methodical T side out of Unity. Not a lot of off-spawn quick plays. Some short utility, but Inner Circle Academy just playing very passive Counter-Strike right now. Towards the back of the bomb sites, not pushing for information, playing in the blind. And if they lose that B bomb site, this might be a safe call.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Inner Circle had a few more rounds in them before the final timer. But for now, they've let go of this B site control. And do you really go for a 5 versus 5 retake on B? One of the most difficult sites to take at even numbers.
If Ufrock wins that fight, round is over. You can't let him get a kill.
Yeah, but Nice doesn't completely go for it either. And the fact that Neofrag drops away, he eliminates the possibility of Inner Circle Academy to converge upon him.
Yeah,
he's closing up the distance eventually, but the save call has been made.
Leaving that B bomb side wide open has been an issue for the last couple of rounds, right? The first time when they had all these players fighting in towards middle, it worked because you could drop the bomb because the bomb started long, right? But it has been an issue with B. I mean, Unity are winning a full buy round without being tagged, without a single player losing a single point of HP. How mental is that? There wasn't a fight. That's a buy round, and you lose it without a single opportunity of a fight. That is tough. Unity have just abused the B-bomb side. And the worst part about all of this now is that Inner Circle Academy probably need to start with 2 players in towards B and need to send more guys towards the left-hand side. So if you're Unity, you're just putting instant pressure on middle or on long, elsewhere on the map, just capitalizing. They're pushing middle again.
Oh my god, they need this one to work, but it only worked in the first engagement. Unity ready for it. That's still a bit of a mid-collapse in play, right? If Unity try and go down this road, Inner Circle might have something to throw at this. Flash, it's good. But again, counter-action from Unity. Seemingly ready for everything, but not out of the depths just yet.
They know about one of the players, Molly. We'll ensure that Dichka can't do anything about it. Norvs has actually left and gone back towards the B-bomb side. He's waiting for Kefita to potentially lurk out B tunnels. That will allow for the bomb to get picked up and for a fight to be taken into a short where Dichka's all alone.
Pre-fire.
That's it.
Massive. Ace light open. Tailgate it in that direction. And now Norths has to make a 1 versus 2 clutch to keep Inner Circle Academy in this map. And won't be able to say hurrah to a single one of his opponents. Magnificently done by Unity. Many close calls, especially on that first half, but somehow created substantial lead between themselves and their opposition.
Yeah, a bunch of very weird rounds towards the second half. Didn't it feel like it?
For sure.
When they were just walking out the B-bomb side, it was all empty. I mean, you could say it's a very, I guess, creative and unique way to play the CT side where you're just fortifying middle and A a lot, and you are relying on the fact that Unity are not a team to go in and just rush straight away, so you're giving them a lot of space hoping that they won't take it, but eventually they will, and they did. And that ends up costing Inner Circle Academy. I'm not really sure how to feel about this one. I feel like that wasn't quite the best representation of what these guys could do and what is the Counter-Strike that the brand of Counter-Strike that they can put forward. But yeah, definitely not the best map that we've seen out of them so far in this event.
Yeah, and at the same time, it presents sort of a situation we haven't seen from them in this tournament, right? They've always played being in the lead. They've always won the first map of the series. So now we get to see a little bit of a different picture, see if they're able to step up, especially knowing that they're not even jumping into their own map pick as their opposition's sort of home ground that they have to walk into. So it's a test we needed to see from Inner Circle Academy. It was going to happen at some point. They were going to have situations like this where some trades don't go your way, you know, and that, you know, fallback gets exacerbated, gets created, becomes greater. And yeah, there's kind of that cascade effect.
Yeah, the cascade effect that might lead to a 2-0 Unity here, folks. Team Unity keeping it going with a good performance after a clean 2-0 over the Basement Boys to make it into the play-ins. They're looking at another one potentially going into the first Mirage. They will be playing in the LORGAR rankings as their map pick. If they take it over the line, they make it into the qualification game. If they drop it, we're going to a third. We're going to catch you after a short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LORGAR rankings brought to you by StarLadder. Currently, we're in a very interesting game between Inner Circle Academy and Unity. And Unity had a very, very decisive showing on their opponent's map pick on Dust 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we were a little bit surprised by the way that it all unraveled, right? Especially because I feel like the first couple of rounds there was a couple of situations where Inner Circle Academy could have easily been able to get around over the line. There was a couple of retakes from the side of Unity and towards the B-bomb side and 2v2 situations that probably should have been the first couple of rounds that Inner Circle picked up a lot earlier than what they actually did. And that put Unity in a great spot where they could just run away with the map. So now we're up in a very weird situation for the side of Inner Circle Academy, where they're moving on to the map that Unity picked, but it's a map that Unity have not really played in this event so far. They've been playing it in other tournaments, not necessarily picking into it every single time, but they've played it a lot, and sometimes it goes very well, other times it doesn't. That 5-13 loss to NS Academy is a little bit concerning if you ask me.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those coin flippy situations that you really do not want to have on a roster, especially of this potential, right? Of these types of players with the stardom that all of these guys can produce. And indeed, the recent loss against NS Academy for Unity is problematic. We'll see if they're able to fend off their demons. I mean, if you consider the series in isolation, the first map looked like it was a decent start for them. I wouldn't say it was as dominant as the round score reflects, right? 13-5. It didn't feel like that was the case for the game itself in the Circle Academy. We were very close in many situations. Not much was a difference in so many of the rounds. So we'll see if they're in the right position to turn the tides around in their favor, feel a little bit more confident at their own map pick.
Well, we're jumping right into map number 2, folks. Unity starting on the T side with the sole mission of closing this one out in a 2-0 fashion. Inner Circle Academy will get the opportunity to start things off on the CT, potentially respond back and show that they can indeed play better Counter-Strike than what we saw on map 1.
We definitely know they can, but it's up to them to show they can do it in the same series itself and overcome a first map loss. Ruzi with first blood, that's some strong stuff from Unity. Threepoch wanted to stay in the cover of the smoke, but the smoke doesn't provide, you know, physical cover from the bullets. So we'll get shut down eventually. Mikey, nice shot through as well. This looks like a very clean round from Unity. Not much going the way of Inner Circle Academy. Apart from that frag from Lice Young, but 2, maximum 3 is, I believe, what he'll be able to retrieve this one as Unity able to start exactly where they just left off.
All right. Now, I don't want to be playing that game because we're talking about an Academy team here, Pavlos, so it's not really fair to be pointing fingers, but I want to say, going into a map like Mirage, I'm looking at Nice. I'm looking at probably Norths as well. And Lice Young. I want to see a good performance out of some of these individuals, right? We're talking about the map that should be like a second nature to these guys. They are the teenage puck stars, if you want to put it that way, even though they are trying to play Team Counter-Strike. Foot spotted. I was starting to get a little bit worried about Marisco.
He started not looking the moment that he was getting closer, so I do understand why you were concerned. And there's another reason to be concerned. Bit of acrobatics done. Flag, hop, skip and jumping. Ends up going down, but this seems like it's going to be fairly simple. Dodge cut will get caught between 3 different players. Unity haven't really gained too much space control other than mid, and they haven't really needed to, as Inner Circle Academy brought the fight to them and ended up falling in the process. It's all about figuring out where North is, but you've got to respect how diligent Unity are playing this.
Yeah, they look a lot more disciplined than they did in the group stage, right? There still is some times where you could say that there's probably a moment of miscommunication and people just don't look on the same page, but all in all, it feels like they're trying to be on the same frequency a lot more with time. And this is what you would expect as well. I think this is why it's very easy to fall into the trap of being overcritical of a team like this, where first they have a lot of roles to try and synchronize and kind of compromise with each other and see who's all right with being the anchor on this map, who's all right with being the anchor on that map, and who's just going to hold on to all of his star positions. And the second thing, Neofrag is new to the IGL role as well, right? So you'd think that the more time you give him, the better the T sides are going to be looking on the side of Unity.
And Unity look up to pull up the pace. It did seem initially that they were trying to go for a quick catwalk crunch and compare that up with an apartment's hit. Nice Young, though, catching Morisco. He was a bit isolated from the rest. It felt like there was an assisted flash in there, but they didn't do too much to prevent Morisco from shooting. Blyce Young, I mean. And look at the push from Norths. So huge, all the way around the world, and you figured out exactly where Unity are, at least on the basis of elimination. Was going for the chase, but exchanging dinks. Still in a Circle Academy, very happy with what they've gained.
I'm not really sure where you go here if you're Unity. You have one player in top connector still. That's going to be Mikey, and you did spot the players pushing in towards the round. Mikey needs to try and get something done. This is far from an ideal way to activate your card. Probably a little bit too early as well. And that's a save.
It is.
Yeah.
Flash was thrown just for show over the apartments. Kind of keep Inner Circle Academy back. Prevent them from pushing and denying weapons. But to be fair, they're never going to be playing aggressive to take weapons out of Unity's hands. They themselves will have money issues if that proceeds to happen. So, bit of a 20-second standstill. A bit of an opportunity for Unity to discuss at least, but they probably won't be talking too much focus that they won't get shut down, lose their guns. But a quick way for the CTs of Inner Circle Academy to get onto the board quickly.
Counter-terrorists.
It's a good round to pick up if you're in a circle. It probably makes you feel like you have control of the economy a little bit more. Also, again, it's these aggressive plays, right? That's one of the things that you need to be aware of when you're playing against these guys. The moment that they feel like they're struggling in any capacity, the round that they try to respond, it's always with something very gambly and very, I want to say, unorthodox to some extent even, which I like. They are ready to swing when they know they've got nothing to lose and things are just not working out as they are. They know how to surprise you, that's for sure. The issue is that's not really a reliable approach to winning consecutive rounds, especially when you try to go aggressive again and Morisco's able to find one kill. Now this is massive. He even tags down 3-Poch here. And it's Slice Young to go down initially. He's the one that got the big multi-kill in the previous. He's the only one who's got more than one kill for the side of Inner Circle. There goes Dichka though.
So, first steps for Inner Circle Academy good, but Unity now need to figure out a way to get out of this issue. Unfortunately for Woozy, we'll have a harder time with North circulating around the smoke, diligently looking for him. And it's another situation in which Unity find themselves in significant numbers disadvantage, but this time they can't really hold back. They've got to try and go for something, and indeed, the FACEIT is where they're trying to head to. North, though, seems to feel very much at home here. Double kill, not faded by anything.
Yeah, that was a great sequence coming out of North, and that's probably going to start making them feel a little bit more confident in their own ability on the CT side here. You're just catching single players of Unity, trying to catch timings, go for plays. Things that have not really been working out. I was a bit surprised that Woozy was so committed to looking over the stair smoke, right? He just ignores the entire bomb site, just covers so many angles with his gun. I'm not really sure if we missed something there. Oh, Morisco was waiting so long for 3-Poch to just give him one jump. One opportunity. He just throws the U2, goes back. Playing it safe. It's how it should be, but we call it boring. Because we're here for the entertainment. And not for logic. Well, sometimes for logic.
Logic can be entertaining.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
no, yeah. Maybe. Sometimes.
When paired up with a bit of Counter-Strike fragging. Like this.
Ooh. Okay. They have 2 Deagles. One of them has already found the mark. And that's it.
No issues for Daishka. Pair it up with the rest of the team converging into mid. Nothing much else could be done about it. Unity having to turn into mulch, essentially, by the end of that one. Timeout brought out. And that is an Inner Circle Academy timeout. And you would have thought maybe Unity would want to break through their streak. This is the first opportunity they get to kind of get a win in after having another buy available to them. But instead, no, it's Inner Circle that want to take a moment. Think about how they want to approach this, knowing how pivotal a situation like this is.
Yeah, I think they do realize that the last couple of rounds they've been going for a lot of aggro openers. And I'm not really sure if they want to keep doing that. Now, there's 2 sides to this coin. If you keep doing it, then it keeps working. It's just going to feel like you're bullying Unity, especially if you have other ways of going for stuff. This is going to be an interesting round. Double under push. And they pushed it very quick. B player is also aggressive. Unity are going out Rambo. It's the perfect counter.
It's exactly what they needed to completely avoid interaction with Inner Circle Academy.
Well, this round is over.
Pretty much looks like it.
It should be.
It was a quick A-ramp pop. The fact that Inner Circle Academy went for the double under push.
Oh.
That pick means a lot, and especially the fact that you've got ramp lurk created. Kifida loses
no
his
way.
life. Woozy's aware of this. Connect, but do you expect the second to be out in Palace? Slice Young is able to get something across the line. And Thripple's trying to close in, but then again, you've yet to deal with Mikey. You don't know that ramp is a situation you need to take care of. But the bomb is being defused, but not permitted by Neofrag and Mikey. The spray does what it's needed.
Oh god, Mikey didn't even know where the bomb was planted, by the way. The HE didn't break the smoke. He was not spamming in towards the reverse. He was spamming in towards triple. That was so chaotic, but Neofrag is able to get the kills. Morisco just overextending in towards Jungle, allowing Diop to take him down. They nearly make this one work. But again, it's that type of a situation where Inner Circle Academy are playing a lot of setups on the CT side and making a lot of moves that are leaving a bomb site almost fully empty, right? They are alright with playing on retake, apparently, but just haven't really been winning a lot of these retakes.
Oh, but the amount of chaos that one smoke caused. Funny, but for Inner Circle Academy, not exactly the result they would have hoped from it.
Window boost? Is that what we're going for? Window boost into a B play? Feels like it.
Pair that up with a catwalk push from Mikey.
The CTs don't know.
This is massive. No one's turned around. Bit labored by Neofrag, but gets there, and now you've realized you've cut them up in 2. Inner Circle Academy know that the A site and B site defenders are isolated from one another.
They're going A though. They are going into the open the rifle. If Norvis is able to pick up all of these kills and drop the bomb, he's got a smoke as well to block them.
So 50 seconds. You still have time to change your mind, Unity, unless you want to persist and push past the smoke. North's repositions, knows that a bit of a delay can come through, but at least it's an early warning system as a flash is required to pass by it.
Neofrag is just so occupied with trying to cut off the rotations. Nice will go down. They know there was one more gun on the bomb side. Neofrag will find Norvs. And patience perseveres and prevails. 3-potch. A 1v4 clutch. First kill found, but now they know exactly where he's coming from.
I mean, there was the initial idea by Unity. There was a method behind how they wanted to finish it. Cleanly done. Only one required to take it down. 3-potch will not be allowed to do any damage by the end of that with Woozy's Ferrari swing. Unity gained the lead right back up.
I'm actually liking some of the calls out of Neofrag when things are going well for him, right? You can imagine a world in which Neofrag just turns into that. Well, he already kind of is, but the more experience he gets as an in-game leader into that type of a very proactive space-taking, high firepower outputting game leader that could be exciting on an even higher level, because he can still shoot. He can still shoot very, very nice. And if he's able to develop into a decent in-game leader, why not make it back into the tier 2, tier 1.5 scene where he was a couple years ago? Especially now that you're looking at what the in-game leaders like Krabeni are doing on foot, right? And Krabeni is the definition of a proactive IGL that's making a lot of moves and getting scrappy with it. I feel like this could suit Neofrag very well.
Depends on what environment he wants to be getting there, right? Does he take an entire check-in roster to that level?
Well, if possible, sure. But we're just talking in general, individual development as a player.
Fair enough. Environment matters. And the environment right now in B, very aggressive. 3posh gets a triple.
Oh, God.
Making a quad piece. And honestly,
oh no. He's stolen
Dishka
it.
steals the ace. How dare you?
What a play out of 3posh, though. And look at the reaction. He can't believe it. He almost looks disappointed that he didn't get the ace, but these 4 kills before...
Maybe the stress was through the roof and he's like, oh my God, I don't want to go through this again.
Yeah. Maybe that was the case. It was just like, if I go down, maybe we lose the round. That could have been a very tough sequence to follow. He is able to hold on, though. And that's reset the T-side economy, so we're looking at a full eco now. Just the pistols. Lightly armored deco. Not even lightly armored. Well, for one of them is. It's for Neofrag. Does he one deke lies young?
No.
Answer is no.
Big no. Big no. Dishka's a menace, isn't he? As the smokes fade as well, in the Circle Academy will feel a little bit easier to maneuver around mid. So it looks like both of these teams are taking it in turns to be in charge of the lead.
It is still a minor improvement when you think about the T-sides that we're used to seeing from Unity over the course of the last couple of weeks, though, right? They're still keeping it close. I feel like you get 5-6 rounds here on the T side of Mirage, you're gonna be fine. Notice how I didn't use the next sequence of 2 numbers that is so popular now amongst the young populace.
I don't know what you're talking about. I do know what you're talking about. Unfortunately.
Look at Neofrag's score. Kill death.
7 deaths to 6 kills.
Yeah. It's a great 6-7.
Yeah. You just had to say it, Ted.
I hate it so much. I hate that so much. It's definitely one of the things that I hate the most in the world.
And you still follow up on it. I still don't understand
hate it. Yeah.
Because it's
It's
irresistible.
just 2 numbers. It's just, you know what's the thing?
You can't
These
avoid
numbers,
those 2 numbers.
No, you cannot avoid them.
They are
very
part of
often,
the decimal system.
Yeah, very often you will have to use the number 6 and the number 7, especially when you're trying to, you know, average something out. You're like, yeah, I'll meet you there around 130. Sometimes you could use these 2 numbers for that type of a sentence, right?
Sure.
And then you just feel awful when you've done it.
You do. This actually could hurt. Followed up with Lice Young's AK shooting. Instead, he falls. And with that unit to respond mighty quick. Into the B side they go. No quick response. If you want to go for the retake, you have to wait for Norse.
Yeah, don't need to go for the fights right
Look at
now. Woozy is pushing in, though able to find the first one. Pressure going up, Oper going out, safe coming in, Unity on 5.
And Woozy knew what he pulled off there. He got the pick, got away, knew he had done enough. And that's exactly what's happened. Like aforementioned, in a Circle Academy, you have to back out. Hand this one over. And allow Unity to take a bow.
Yeah, money's not an issue for the CT side. The only issue right now is the fact that Unity are getting up to 5 rounds. The more you give them on the T side, the more you'll struggle in the second half. Unity's CT sides have been very, very solid over the last couple of weeks. as you pointed out on Dust 2, usually they struggle on the offense. But now they've been able to, I guess, min-max these off-of-spawn calls. You're looking at a very simplified approach on the T side. You just group up, you hit a bomb site. Hopefully it works out. Obviously, there's some logic put into it. It's not random, but
yeah,
there has been a lot of calling off of spawn for Neofrag. And we kind of made that point throughout the group stage as well. It's probably easier when you're a young and new and up-and-coming in-game leader. You've just transitioned and getting used to the role to keep it very structured from the beginning. Just go around, and everyone knows what they need to do.
Dishka wanting to play aggressive here. But with that flash, do you really want to sustain your position here or start to fall back? He will go for the latter choice, which leaves the A site slightly undefended, right? You still have two players, but it's a cross distance. If you're able to smoke these areas off, they pretty much guarantee the site. That's exactly what they're going for. Here come the smokes. Stairs, jungle, connector, all called for. Nye's wanting to play forwards, and that is accounted for as well due to the molly. Ditchka sending a couple of spray shots through, but Unity gains site access, and Inner Circle Academy need to devise a plan.
Bomb needs to get planted, and it will. Not a lot of util left on the T side for the hold, though. They'll have to fend them off. It's another 5v5 retake, but this time, Inner Circle, they will go for it.
So the plan is 2 from one end, 3 from the other.
All right.
And first steps of the plan, A, B, and C go exactly as they would have liked. Now, you cannot drop the ball here. You know where Woozy is. No one's looking at Palace. Now they will. Once they've dealt with the ramp play, Kivida just walks up the stairs, says hello, and melts everyone into the ground.
That's a 2v5, boys. We can't be losing a round like this if we want to win. This is probably what they're saying right now.
They never
this
saw
is
him
what
coming.
the IGL was saying, what the coach is saying. That reposition out of Kefida, the decision to go all the way around from Palace towards the ramp after they spot him out, after they smoke him off. God.
And I was about to make the point, the fact that no one was looking Palace, that they were determined that it was going to be a ramp play. The moment they get their pick, everyone turns around.
Yeah.
And that's the moment that Kifida goes insane.
Ooh. And now Morisco's doing the same.
I mean, you can't help but feel that there's a lot of potential for this Inner Circle Academy squad. They're doing so many things right. But it's those little minute things that you feel they could easily be corrected. Just the details might give Unity's way back into rounds. Oh, come on. How do you do with that? Ditchka knows this is the final round, where you can have a final stand on the CT side and try and square things up just a little bit. Finds the one, and the fact that Neofrag is low, this could be doable, but turns his back to his main threat, and that is that.
7 rounds on the T side. We were contemplating about their opportunity to actually run away with it if they had gotten 5, 6. But now you have a 2-round lead. On the end of the half, don't give me that look, Pavlos. I knew what I was doing.
You're just playing with everyone, aren't you?
I was not doing it again. Yeah, that's the fun part of it. You get to tease everyone with it now because people just want to hear it.
It's like saying D's without the second part. It's just a decade later. Well, Inner Circle Academy have made the choice. They're jumping into this B site. Mikey, he's having a hard time connecting with that USP. And I feel like this is not the first time in this series. The pink mouse not really doing its thing there.
Hear me out.
Yes.
It's Neofrag. It's the Frag and IGO. He's got a defuse kit and a smoke.
Well, now they know where he is, so...
It doesn't matter.
No? Okay.
Yeah, he's
That's
winning
nice.
this. I can see it.
Ow.
I cannot see it.
You might be able to see it in your dreams tonight, but it doesn't unfold into reality here.
All right, this was much needed. A big mowdown coming out of the Glocks. Good work out of Norths.
Oh, you know what I'm a fan of, Ted?
The score?
The Mag 7.
And what is the score, Pavlos?
I don't want to say it. Oh my god.
It's everywhere. It's unavoidable.
Everywhere. Look at Ditchka's score.
You cannot escape it. Oh god.
It's everywhere, dude.
It's every day, bro.
I hate that I know the next part of that phrase.
Hell yeah.
I hate that I know the next part of that phrase. Why do I?
Oh yeah, tell me all about that Disney Channel flow. Awful.
Awful.
Yeah.
Very awful. Worse than 6-7.
Oh, definitely worse. Yeah. This is just saying two numbers and just moving your hands in a weird way. The other thing is premium brain rot. That's the OG brain rot though. This is brain rot before brain rot was a thing. You know.
Yeah, before it was cool.
It was our generation of brain rot.
Not that brain rot was really cool. No, our generation of brain rot is ASDF movies and the Italian man who went to Malta.
The Italian man that went to Malta.
You don't know it. What about the annoying orange?
Let me see. Italian man in
Come
Malta.
on.
I want to.
I guarantee you, everyone in chat knows what I'm talking about. If they are above the ages of 24.
Right. Yeah. The Italian man who went to Malta. Yeah,
but you know the ASDF movies,
mustache.
right? Die potato.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like trains. All that.
Nice. My favorite one was what was it? The one where they're singing na 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 na. I forgot the lyrics. Okay. I want it that way. Yeah. Scene from the movie.
Well, the Max 7 appears again.
All right. There's two more people here. Do they really want to commit? I don't think so. They've got a player walking up top connector. That's 3Podge. He's found a good gap.
So this is quite straightforward for Inner Circle Academy. Didn't really need to do too much. Win the pistol, win the follow-up, and because the second round of that half was a force from Unity, they will be able to win the third too. So that is quickly snatching the lead away from their opponent's hands.
See, that is unless... I don't know. No, I cannot really figure out a way that they win this round, Unity. Yeah, this is going to be an 8-7.
I mean, look, there is a world bomb gets planted back. No, it gets planted. Come on.
They do have a defuse kit. So we should entertain the idea of a ninja. Technically. If we are good casters, we should entertain the idea of a potential ninja.
If Unity win this round, it's not going to be because of a ninja. It's going to be because Inner Circle Academy leave the site before they need to, and you've got Neofrag waiting for a Mac 10 to take care of them. Never mind. So yeah, I'm not a good predictor.
When does Nice go? When does Nice leave? Well,
he doesn't.
He's not going to leave now. He's seen them. That's not the entire idea of it, guys. It's not the point. You're supposed to wait for them to leave and then go. It's not how you do it.
Yeah, you tell him, Ted. Tell him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't tell him anything. We just have a person in chat that's put the following message. No, AI brain rot is goated.
AI brain rot is goated.
Yeah. No, I don't really want to experience that.
I think the Italian brain rot is probably up there. But I don't really want to go there right now. We've already divulged into a very interesting area.
Yeah.
Ooh. Huge for this
Big
guy.
nade.
Mickey doesn't expect the con push to come in so quickly. Mariska turns it around though, and Unity have the upper hand. Thing is, he's got contact from two directions. In Inner Circle's Academy to take over the side, though they've lost a lot of health. And Kifida wants to make sure that he can handle it by himself. This is tough. He's isolated. He wants his teammate quick. but he's able to find the one and survive the HE throw while throwing one of his own.
We've seen such massive impact out of Kefita, man. In the last game in the group stage, here today on Mirage, that 2 versus 5 that they won, where he clutches up the 1 versus 3 on A, going around the world. Mariska with a big round, but that nade softens them up big time. Look at that from Mariska. Good damage. Tagging down the last 2 players as well. Score leveled up once again. This was the first buy round for Unity, so that's why we're not getting worried beforehand, right? The moment that they get the guns out, they get a round on the board. Ope in play for Woozy. Top mid, insta window smokes. Standard stuff for Inner Circle Academy. A very mid-heavy default with 2 players coming out of under to swing in top mid as well with the window re-smoke. We might see an attempted window boost. That is a very well-placed nade. And another one.
Well, top can't smoke.
You probably don't want to go for the boost anymore now that you've spotted the person left side. Well, right side from the POV, but jungle side top connector.
It felt like they wanted to end up in the apartments, but instead they were going all the way over to this A side. You've got a couple of players that are trying to fake the apps play.
A contact is ill-advised against the ult. They couldn't know, obviously. Woozy should have a free pickup. There's 1 kill. A lot of people rotating away. It is working. Mariska's been left alone.
And the swing away from Palace will make this one a bit of a late notification as to what the play is. Lyseon could still try and sell the B here. Here come the smokes and flashes. Trying to look away, but ends up dropping. Lyseon does end up falling, so the upper hand is to Unity, but you have no information of the whereabouts of Inner Circle.
Kefita's walked out.
Oh my
He's walked
god.
in towards the stairs.
Trading
That's nice read
positions.
into it.
As soon as the smoke fades, both these players will be in for a surprise. Kefita, though, getting there quicker, being turned in the right direction. Unity, a couple kits available to them. Smoke already onto the bomb. They've inflicted damage on the T side of this situation before. They just want to make sure it doesn't happen to them, and indeed, they've got the players ready to handle it.
That's a massive double kill coming out of Mikey, by the way. The shot onto the Opera towards jungle was pure filth. You're going to see it on the replay, too. A little bit later on in the round, Woozy opens things up and towards the B-bomb side. Fake actually does work out. Mariska was so sure that they would have a flash on that play as well and turns around. Thankfully for him, they're able to find their way back. North is just so crisp. Thankfully, they had Mikey in towards tickets to pick up the pieces. Bomb plant allows them to have somewhat of a purchase going into round number 18, but it's just a half by far from the max lows bonus. Unity back in the driver's seat. B-pop coming up. Another test for Kefita.
Swings away. And again, B-pop through, but yeah, there's just plenty of resistance. You're basically walking into a steel wall. You're able to create a crack, but nothing more than that. Double digits club for Unity.
You know what? You take away the pistol and the conversions. Unity has looked like the much more comfortable team on this second map so far. They look very good right now, and I feel like a lot of it has to do with the impact that we're seeing out of Kefita as well. We kind of had that conversation last time around, but when you have one of your support elements, quite literally the labor worker of the team, putting on stats like that and bringing out impact like that, it's a lot easier to get rounds and get the win.
Oh, what?
Oh,
I thought Woozy was ready for at least one there.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's very committed, so he probably just gets one and gets refragged, but that's very quick out of Lyseon. Woozy didn't even fire a bullet.
And now you've got Connector completely exposed. If Unity don't find a response quickly, they'll be in trouble. Look at Inner Circle just maneuvering around. No one's aware. Completely slipped off their heads. Neofrak trying to get away, but it's Mariska saving the day, at least at 1 degree. But this round is over. And the fact that so many rounds were closed, Unity are in trouble.
I think the reason Neofrag was so locked in towards that window smoke is because Uzi spots 2 players and under. So instantly the correlation or the connection that Neofrag is making with spotting 2 players walking under that quickly is they want to boost window, especially now that they've killed the Oper. They probably, the moment that they get a kill in towards A and they start making their way up connector, there would be one guy that just runs through the smoke and kills me from behind, right? And I don't want to die like this. He turns around, gets one of the kills, but then he gets mollied out, and it's very weird because he still doesn't know if there's a player in front of him, but there's guys coming in behind him as well. Very difficult position to be in. And they even had the numbers. That was a 4-man setup in towards that A bomb site, at least leaning towards it. You had Woozy and under, you had Neofrag and Jungo, you had Morisco playing close in towards the ramp. And I think Mikey was also there. Yeah, Kipita was the only one on the B bomb side. So they had the numbers, they just couldn't find the kills.
So this is going to be quite the pivotal round. Unity holding on to their economy for as long as they can. Lose it, and Inner Circle Academy could potentially be gifted the lead. Lice Young so quick. Double down on that play. Woo! How on earth does he get away with double murder?
Game on, isn't it?
Truly is.
And that was a full investment. You're leveling things up. Money's running out for the CT side. Inner Circle Academy have taken control right back out of the hands of Unity. And they're saying it's 2-0 only through our corpses. We're not letting you run away. Not that easily. You'll have to fight for it. Lice Young has been incredible. I really like this team, you know?
True.
There is some...
I get why.
There is some heavy hitters here. Very sharp players, considering how inexperienced they are. This is why I think they're exciting. Because they've barely been around the block.
Not even, I'd say. Stepped on the pavement. Maybe they've seen a few rows, but haven't gone full circle just yet. And I see why you're also excited, not only because of the fact of how snappy some of these players are, how strong they are individually, but, you know, the idea of how they want to play the game. Sure, in some level, it's not fully achieved the way they would have liked, but you get the ideology, you get the concept. And the mistakes aren't so big enough for you to think that there's no potential here. There is, and a lot of it, and it shows. There's potential within the series itself. Overpass definitely appearing on the horizon. Wasn't quite the case before.
There still is an AWP in the hands of Uzi and an MP9 for Mikey.
Does
he read
like
into it? That could be a free AK upgrade if Mikey's able to get that kill.
But Thripoch has been pretty good at these one-on-ones off the smoke. Breaks. Oh, turns around. That is not the right timing to look
Careful
away.
Now.
Well, as much as damage was dealt over Mikey over in Nest, there's not much more that can be done after losing all your teammates.
Yeah, we kind of didn't see these kills, but it's just a reoccurring topic, I feel like, with Inner Circle Academy. They just get stuck in a 4v5 and then 3-4 kills come out of nowhere. Lice Young with another multi-kill, Norths as well. These two have been like the dynamic duo. Burna Boy and Mermaid Man. Not Batman and Robin.
You're a SpongeBob fan, aren't you?
Sorry?
You're a SpongeBob fan, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I loved it. When I was a kid, I absolutely adored it.
Same, to be fair. Favorite character? Got one?
Ooh. Now that's a question.
It's hard.
Let me think.
Because you've got reasons to love and hate every single character.
Yeah, I think so. I think you do.
Which makes it so cool. because it's real.
I really like Gary and Squidward. Yeah, I thought Gary was a true gangster. Yeah.
Yeah. And Squidward, because you get him so often.
Oh, I think the older you get him, quite literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, in general, I thought also SpongeBob. I mean, he's the main character.
Sure.
A little bit annoying, but the main character.
Exactly. Well, Unity take a timeout here. They've got another buy round in them. But I think it's safe to say lose this, and they are out of Mirage contention. And Overpass is exactly where both these teams will be heading next. So a must-win situation. But it's in Inner Circle's hands with their initial play. Double apps pop. But they think against it once the smoke is faced up against them. That was smooth.
Okay.
They were ready for a mid-crunch. Inner Circle Academy just walk in there thinking they can take that space for free. Unity just hold up a stop side.
That was interesting.
Anticlimactic.
A little bit, yeah. If anything, it's a bit weird as well.
I'll tell you what, though, there's still an opportunity. Not with the bomb dropping in connector, though. Oh, is there? Because that smoke gives Norse a lot of room. He is making a lot of noise. And the fact that you've got Kifida walking on the other side of the smoke makes it basically impossible for that round to go any other way.
Yeah, that was an interesting round. They are somehow able to make it look very, very easy. They just bring the fight to them in towards middle. That was a very weird timing. Uzi just peeks and there's two people not looking at him, just occupied with the short presence. But a much needed response out of Unity. Still fighting for a 2-0 here on their way in towards the qualification game for the LAN event. And we're tied up. 11 apiece. Enough money for purchases on both sides. This one will be going to at least 24 rounds of action. Another aggressive setup in towards middle. Neofrag's just waiting for Mikey's contact to turn around. The top mid smoke might spoil the party a little bit. There goes the break. It's actually a double break. It creates a massive opportunity for Neofrag, and he'll take advantage of it. You gotta go B now.
And that's exactly what Inner Circle Academy are looking to do. Keep it on the waiting end of this, and they are not anticipating him to be looking at them so quickly. Everything falling to pieces for Inner Circle. They got in so close. And at the end, just skip a couple of steps. For Unity, though, they take fate into their own hands and take the game where they want to go.
This is just crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
To be honest, though, Ted, I think in situations like this, you get to see the maturity in some of these Unity's players' hands, right? What to do in situations like this, you know, where to inflict the pressure. And I think Neofrag showed exactly that in his mid-play.
Big opener. Mikey doesn't really want to get involved too much. That's a good nade onto Lice Young, though. Damage is not too bad for the CTs. And you do have that rotation out of Morisco, who is aware of the possibility of a window boost. Mikey gets one. Morisco will shut down 3 pours. This is starting to fall apart.
It really is. The double M's are just weaving in and out of battle seamlessly. Inner Circle Academy in quest for the Codex. But they're only finding scrap pieces of paper.
They're going B again. Wants to get into the Lion's Den. Kifida's been so good. But he's all alone on an island, no support whatsoever. Marisco's the quickest rotation and he's in window.
But the thing is, Kifida doesn't need to take early contact. He can play very far into the site, take multiple angles, sort of paint this defense how he likes. See, he reveals himself, takes a ding, somehow survives through it, but he's inflicted the damage. And now the rest of the cavalry arrive. That molly could be disastrous. And Nice has to get flushed into the open. Lice Young's angle also revealed. And Unity say, enough shenanigans. Let's lock in the game right here, right now. They will continue the road on the upper bracket, knocking Inner Circle Academy down to the lower one.
That's such a big result out of Unity. We wanted to see clean Counter-Strike all of these guys and some 2-0 wins in the group stage, and we, in the end of the day, got it against the Basement Boys, but it was just one game, so we were really unsure how to feel about this team going into the play-ins, but this is a statement and a half out of these guys. It's a new project with Neofrag going into the in-game leading role with a lot of different pieces trying to combine and find the cohesion, and now they're just one best of 3 away from qualifying for such a massive LAN event like the LORGAR rankings. Again, a reminder, $50,000 in Barcelona in April, and they need to win just one best of 3. They're going to be playing against the winner of ASTRAL and rottweilers going into the next game. Both these teams should be opponents that on paper should be able to take down on a good day.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. Unity, at the end of the day, they're here to prove that they can sustain a solid performance throughout a singular tournament, something that they haven't been able to do all too much this year, right? I mean, trying to hold on to those strong showings, but they were able to, you know, come out of the play-ins, at least the close qualifiers, the play-in part of the close qualifiers, better than they did in the group stage. So this is a good early start. Inner Circle Academy, they weren't easy opponents. Let's be fair. They kept their opponents on their heels, a lot of close rounds, and on Mirage, a close game, right? Very, very limited amount of difference between the two teams in terms of the round count. But at the end of the day, we got 2 zeros out of our games today. Unity and HYPERSPIRIT both make it on to the upper bracket as shown here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one win away for both these teams from making it into Barcelona, and tomorrow we're not going to be sending them over there, but we're going to be looking at the remaining 2 first round upper bracket matchups. We still have Bondi, Mix, Astro, and the rottweilers yet to play their first games here in the play-ins to determine who are these winners, and of course the losers going to be playing in their progression and elimination games. This is just day 1 of the play-ins though, Pavlos, and I'm already very, very intrigued by the way that HYPERSPIRIT got a 2-0, and then by the way that Unity were able to do the same, regardless of the game being such a tight one towards the end.
And then again, you've got teams like KOLESIE and Inner Circle Academy in the lower bracket waiting. I don't want to be a team having to be faced up against one of those in the face of elimination, right? The ones competing now are definitely looking to see if they can hold on to the upper bracket for their dear lives. Not that their lives become any easier getting there, but, you know, being one step away from elimination makes things a lot more real. Folks, this has been a pleasure today. That was 2 best of 3s covered, but much more of action to follow for the rest of the players for the rest of the week. So join us again, the same time, same place, and we'll make sure that these games look as good as, or at least sound as good as possible. So thank you very much for joining. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow.